Hello, my friends. Welcome to what might be the end of Steins Gate 0, maybe? Question mark? We'll find out together. I only have one branch left to do on this, and I figured instead of postponing it until whenever, I'd just do it tonight. Give me a minute. Let me make sure everything's ready, and we'll get gaming. Hi, Joker. Are you already ready to go? Like the second I started talking, he was like, I went out. Thanks. Yeah, I know. Hold on. Let me get you out of here. You wanna stay? Oh my god, Joker. Okay. If you really want to. Well, I guess Joker will be staying. Maybe. He's walking toward the door now as soon as I sat down. Nah, he's having a sit. Alright, you're stuck, Joker, for however long. Anyways, hi friends. Wow. Before the end, there's so much to recap. Can I simplify it so that I don't have to think about it too much? And last night's ending that I don't remember the name of the chapter of, Maho resolved to make the time machine, I guess, is where that ended. And the two that came before that, Kaguri went back in time in place of Mayuri to help Okabe. And the alternative ending, Hoen Kyoma resurrected from the ashes and rebuilt the phone wave named subject to change. And before that, Mayuri died. And Okabe and Daru decided that they were gonna make the time machine. I think that's all 4 of the endings that we've done. Those are like the big points that really kind of matter, I guess, at this point. Hi, Joker. I see you. So, let me actually get the game up like I said I was going to do. And we'll do the final branch that we haven't done yet. And hopefully I've got a save to do it. Otherwise, it's gonna suck. Joker, move your little freaking feeties. Okay. There we go. I'm all ready. So there's one branch left. I hope it doesn't take an enormous amount of time to get through, but we'll see. Let me get my controller so I don't have to hurt my little fingies. That's a new game. Stream's already ruined. Yes! Let me relaunch the game real quick. I will sync. I don't care. Play game. Well, I do care. All right, there we go. Upload to the Steam Cloud. Download to this machine. Last modified the 18th of September. I think I'll keep my local files. I guess. Not now. Play game. How did it only save, like, in September? Oh, no! Thanks, Moobot, for removing that first-time chatter. Cool. Alright, let me figure out which save to pick up from. So the time that we are supposed to branch off from is December the 15th. God damn it, Joker, he's ready to leave now. Okay, hold on. This is more important. Okay, he's finally ready to leave. I don't know, he's just sitting in the door for like a minute with his tail like in the door, not quite decided on what he was doing. Anyways, let me find a save from years ago, and hopefully we can pick up from there. Enclosed epigraph looks pretty close. I think that was the first chapter. In this chapter, we were introduced to Amadeus, and I believe our choice was to either interact with Amadeus, which would probably be pretty unhealthy for Okabe to do, because Kurisu is fucking dead, or just play along, I guess. Let's see if this is it. Hey, damn! Right on it. Let's see. I gotta put down the controller because I don't know how to actually answer the phone on the controller, or how to not answer the phone, I guess, in this case. Kurisu wasn't Kurisu. Don't treat them like they were the same. I shouldn't talk to Kurisu anymore. Just the incoming call was enough to trigger a flashback. In my mind, I could see the image of Kurisu's bloody face. I should turn off my phone. This was getting bad. I couldn't even stand up. It's been half a year and things were still like this. Even I was surprised. I resisted the impulse to try to throw up again. Just turn off the phone. Power off? Okay. There we go. Problem solved. The phone went silent. I slowly stood up. If Lukaku saw me like this, he'd worry. I should get out of here. I was staggering a little, but I could walk. I felt very thirsty. I gulped down an entire bottle of mineral water. Wait, hold on a second. Before I go through all of this again, that was actually the very first option that you had to pick, right? I don't think anything changes from here until the next decision on the 15th. Because it's the exact same route as the last one. So I think it's safe to skip all of it. I think... I'm gonna press the skip button. Guide says, do not turn off the phone. Oh, I fucked up. Well, I already fucked him. Stop the game. It's over. I should just turn off cloud saves. You're right. For the VA route, it says, do not turn off the phone. That's how you get back to that branch. Okay. Almost fucked up real bad. Yeah, I forgot this was the first decision. I don't know why it made me come back to this point, but here I am, I guess. I wanted to get away from Kurisu. It wasn't her fault. It was mine. I couldn't become dependent on Amadeus. This wasn't right, and I needed to stop. I was blaspheming Karisu's memory. She had sacrificed herself to send me to the Beta World line. I needed to live up to her expectations. I couldn't waste time talking to Amadeus Karisu. I needed to accept the fact that I couldn't save her and move on. Cut the power and shut off this call. At least until you meet Dr. Leskinen after this. Get Karisu out of your minds. Don't panic. Calm down. Turn off the phone. Click. And then it's hard to tell with how this is going to work out, but I'm pretty sure I can just skip everything from this point on until the next point. I think was like around the Christmas party. No, not in this line. I've gone back to how it was half a year ago. Back then, even hearing Karisu's name was enough to make me dizzy. I shouldn't have tried to chase Karisu's shadow. For now, I should just turn off the smartphone. But in the end, I couldn't make that decision. I don't know why I didn't skip that. Maybe that was new? I don't think so. Alright. Alright, back into X-Day Protocol. There's my good, trustworthy friend, Dr. Leskinen. Want me to talk to his nice, fun AI friend. I think I skipped the scene where I got the D-Rhine. I feel like it would have stopped. I don't think... I'll load it again. And click through all of them. And when it doesn't happen, I'll let you know. Here I go clicking again. Alright, I'm gonna skip a little bit. Just turn on my smartphone. I was fine just a moment ago. But now even hearing Karisu's voice was enough to send me into a panic. I'd gone back to how I was half a year ago. Back then, even hearing Karisu's name was enough to make me dizzy. In the end, I couldn't make that decision. Alright, my phone did bleep during this conversation here, but I do get a lot of rhymes throughout the game. Merry Christmas, everyone. I've dragged out this game so long, it's almost Christmas. An image of Karisu appeared in my mind. Yep, that sucks. Calm down. Oh yeah! Okay. Trick world. Linking each. Possibility. Alright, you're unbanned. Oh no, I'm gonna have to play through the whole thing. I'm gonna have to play through the whole thing. Kade and Fubuki were looking at me, worried. I got away from them as fast as I could. Oh no.
テスターをやめたいです。
But, oh man, it's hard to tell how much would change. Like, the D-mail makes sense, but... We were meeting in a room at the luxury hotel in the heart of Tokyo. I felt like there's some sort of secret meeting you'd see in a spy movie. Or maybe it only felt that way because the old me wasn't completely gone.
いきなりそんなこと。無責任だわ。
Maho seemed to finally understand what I meant and her anger was clear.
魔法、落ち着けなさい。このテストはむしろリンタロウの善意で成り立ってるんだよ。引き受けてもらえただけでもこちらとしてはありがたかった。ここで辞退しても無責任ということは決してないから大丈夫。
Dr. Leskinen smiled and offered me his hand. I took hold of his giant hand and shook it back, but I looked down, unable to look him in the eye.
すみません。
Okay.
ただ私としてもできれば続けてもらいたいんだよ。ざっとログを見たが、かなり頻繁に話してくれているじゃないか。それに研究室で我々が相手をしていた頃とはクリスの話し方がだいぶ違う。人は社会的な生き物だ。相手と状況によって言動を変える。それを MTS でも再現できていると見ていいだろう。だからこそもうしばらくテストを続けたいんだ。ちなみにやめようと思った理由は何かな？ MTS と話すのが辛くなったかい？
いえ、逆です。
逆？
アマデウスとクリスと話すのはとても楽しいんです。でもそれが怖くて。
It seems weird that the D-mail didn't cause reading Steiner to activate. Maybe the change is just so small that it hasn't affected anyone's memories. I don't know. And then I desperately tried to explain the feelings that were welling up within me, even though I still didn't understand them myself. I told him how scared I was that I was starting to see Kurisu and Amadeus Kurisu as the same person.
やはり君に負担をかけてしまったね。本当にすまない。ただ、君のその反応はとても興味深い。研究者ではない目線で MTS を捉えているという意味で、私も勉強になるよ。
I mean, it might be like the end of Steins Gate, where it didn't activate reading Steiner, because it was such a small change that Okabe didn't notice it.
こっちもわがまま言っているのは分かっているんです。
Maho hadn't said a word for a while. She was frowning and it seemed to be intently focused on studying Amadeus's logs. I didn't want her looking at me. I didn't read it. Because it made me feel guilty, but...
テストの事態については君の望む通りにしよう。ただ、アクセス権は君のスマートフォンにそのまま残しておいて構わないかな？
え？
今後、アムデウスと話すのも話さないのも君の自由だ。クリスの方からは君に連絡しないように言っておくから。私たちと君との関係を今日これで終わりにはしたくないんだ。 せっかくできた日本の友人だし、それに魔法も寂しがるしね。
教授。
わかりました。
I felt like giving in, but at the same time, I didn't want to lose my relationship with Dr. Leskinen. My goal of going to Victor Condria University hadn't changed at all. And then Dr. Leskinen got a call on his smartphone.
おっ、失礼。ちょっと電話してくるよ。魔法、その間にリンタロウと仲直りしておくようにね。
Dr. Leskinen left the room with a mischievous wink. I was alone with Maho.
ごめんなさい。さっきは怒鳴ったりして。
いや、
教授の言う通り、こちらがお願いしている立場なのに。アマデウスは今の私にとっては姉妹。子供みたいなものだから。それを投げ出されたように思えて、つい。
力になれなくてすまない。
あなたの気持ちも分かっているつもりよ。あるいは
Well, what about when Okabe sent the D-mail back to himself for the lottery? He sent that to himself, and his previous self told Lukaku to do it.
自己嫌悪だわ。
And he was affected by reading Steiner then.
私
Why would this be different?
多分前頭前皮質がひねくれてできてるのよ。そうに違いないわ。
は？
前頭前皮質は人格を形成する部位の一つね。情報のフィルタリングを行うこともあるわ。己の中の認めがたい情報を遮断したり、自己欺瞞を行ったり。
よくわからない。
要するにむき出しの情動を隠そうとしてとっさに嘘をついたりするのよ。他人だけじゃなく自分自身にもね。今の私みたいに難しい言葉を並べて自分を取り繕ってやろうとか、こういうことも前頭前皮質がやってるんだと思うわ。
That would apply just as well to the old me, Ho and Kyoma. When I realized that, there was nothing I could say.
誰でもそういうことってあると思う。
私は特別ひどいのよ。多分。今後も気が向いたらでいいからアマデウスを構ってあげて。ほんの短い時間でもいいの。
考えておくよ。
ありがとう。
Maho flopped back onto the sofa.
なあ、聞いていいか？クリスの母親のこと。
お？
前にパーティーの時、君とレスキネン教授が話しているのが偶然聞こえたんだ。
I haven't noticed much change in this.
クリスの家に
Kind of want to skip, but I'll be
何
patient
かあったって。
for a while.
ああ、あのこと。
Maho seemed
クリスのお母さんから電話があったの。
house set on fire. Yep,
ちょう
got
ど
it.
その日は留守にしてい
Exactly
た
the
から
same.
大丈夫だったそうよ。私クリスのお母さんには結構可愛がってもらっていたの。休日に家にもよく招待してもらってね。
I mean, if anything significantly changed,
だから心配
reading
だわ。
Steiner would have activated, I would think.
変なことに巻き込まれていなければいいのだけど。
The whole divergence
変なこと。
thing. So I can't imagine much happens until the next chapter, but who knows?
ただの放火じゃないのか？
それが
ヒアジョーさん。
それが 最初は地元
FBI?
ええ FBI が出てくるような事件じゃないのによ。それと放火した犯人を隣の住人が目
Oh,
撃
there's
していたそうな
nothing
んだけ
in
ど、
between? Okay, hold
そ
on.
の証言によると
Well, then that makes it easy. There we go.
犯人はただの放火犯。
Blat blat, yeah! Hold on.
ひどい熱。
What date are we on? It's not putting it up in the corner right now, so I guess I won't find out. I hope there's some sort of payoff to like framing Yuki as the motorcycle driver, and it wasn't just some sort of weird red herring that didn't mean anything. That's maybe like one of the big things that have been bothering me. Oh, yo, is this the one where Suzuha gets fucking nude? I'll have to stop for that scene. Hold on. Huh, a Rhine.
秘密のバイトという
Why'd you stop me here? That only happens in the Leskin ending.
そういえばもうそんな時期なの。せっかくのクリスマスイブなんだから、少しは気の利いたことを言ってあげたらどう？
ああ、そうだな。
Not that I had any idea what nice
ど
would
うし
be.
たの？早くアクセスして。アプリのアイコンをタップするだけでいつでもつながるわ。
Oh, okay. Will it make me do it? Can I just
ア
skip
クセス
this?
権はちゃんと残してあるわよ。今日めんどくさい人なのね。
Yeah, this is basically from the very beginning. At the end of the other branch, you end up sending a D Rhine back to Okabe.
スマホとにらめっこしていても始まらないでしょ。
Like at the very beginning.
わかってる。そうせかさないでくれ。
Alright. Small lady in my phone. Sorry. Oh no, we're gonna miss the Christmas party. It's weird that they kind of branched so soon. Wait, what happened? What was that jingle? What was that? Blat 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 blat. Oh! Well, this is a nice recap, I guess. To reawaken those memories from like 2 months ago. Excuse me? Huh? Wait. Oh yeah, that's fine. For some reason, I thought this was one of the like dead end branches, but it's a nice reminder that it wasn't. Just kind of squeezed in the middle there, I guess. The Steins Gate Zero guide said that I should start way back here, so that's where I'm at. That's okay though. It's almost over. I get to listen to the fun Animal Crossing clown music. The hospital halls were strangely silent after visiting hours were over. What was this? Want to talk in private? I'll wait for you to contact me, okay? Get in the frickin' time machine. Oh no, she shot him! It's okay, Maho's the main character now. Cool. I need to call Daru right now. Phone or Rhine, which was better? Don't get to pick.
Hey, mush mush.
Ima, ラボにいるか?
I think last time on the 23rd we did answer the phone at point, which should be pretty soon. I gotta check my Rhine. This is a long-ass chapter. Hell yeah, I do. Oh, there we go. Whew.
クリスからだ.
Maho looked troubled. I didn't want Kurisu hearing this either. I didn't know what to do. And then I remembered the world line where I spent a month during wartime. I remembered that the Amadeus Kurisu was being used by the US military there. I still didn't know what that meant. I stared at my phone's screen. Should I answer it, or should I talk to Daru first?
でもびっくりしたよな。 まさか真帆たんがオカリンと知り合いだったとはね。前にメイクインで鉢合わせした時はどうしようかと思ったっつうの。すぐに合点がいったけどね。マキセ・クリス氏っていう共通の友人がいたわけだから。でも真帆たん、オカリンにはこの件内緒にしとくって言ってたのに、結局打ち明けたん？
見抜かれたという言い方が正解ね。
ああ、なるほどね。
Daru nodded and grabbed some snacks from off the table to gobble down. I put the smartphone in my pocket. For now, I needed to focus on talking to Daru.
で、僕に話って？
とぼけるな。ヒアジョーさんと一緒にいるんだ。わかるだろ。クリスが残したノート PC とハードディスクだ。出せ。
岡部さんにはパスワードの答えが分かったの？
答えなんてわからない。
どういうこと？
俺が言いたいのはただ一つだ。そのノート PC を解析しようなんて真似は今すぐやめろ。その PC の中には世界を混沌へ導くほどのとんでもないものが眠ってるかもしれないんだ。
Yeah.
おい、聞いてるのか？
中二病つ
あなたってそういう人だったのね。
違う、こっちは大真面目なんだ。法院巨魔とかそういうんじゃなくて。
中二病おつ
中二病じゃないんだって。
I slammed my hand down on the table. The shock was enough to cause one of the empty cans on the table to fall to the floor. Oh god.
聞いてくれ。これは鈴葉とも関連している話だ。
鈴葉？
お前だって知ってるだろう。鈴葉の使命のことは。
詳しく。
中鉢論文だ。
That was enough for Daru to understand.
マジで？
最初からマジだ。
そっか。だいたいそんなところじゃないかって予想はしてたけど。
Daru didn't say another word. He opened a locked, fire-resistant case that was sitting on one of the racks. There was a laptop and a hard drive hidden within.
それが。
The laptop was a deep red Japanese model with a 12-inch LCD screen. The hard drive was American, from a brand known for equipping its drives with a shock-resistant rubber case. The laptop and hard drive that Kurisu left behind.
確認だが、結局セキュリティは破れなかったんだよな。
僕たちの作ったソフトの前にはどんなハッカーもお手上げっつうことで。
もうこれ以上解析はするな。
一応依頼料をもらってるわけだが。
He looked apologetically toward Maho. She was glaring at me.
さっきも聞いたけど、あなたたちはクリスの事件について一体何を隠しているの？
真実を知ろうとすることが必ずしも正しいとは限らない。
それはあなたの考えよ。判断すべき情報も提示してくれないなんて。
危険なんだよ。君だってこの間襲われたんだ。それは分かってるはずだろ。
私はナイトの後ろに隠れているだけの臆病者になりたくないわ。科学者として真実にたどり着く努力をやめたくないのよ。たとえそこにどんな危険が潜んでいるとしてもね。
分からずやだな。
もし私がクリスだったとしても多分そういうんじゃないかしら。違う？
I was startled. Maho was right. I remembered having the same conversation with Kurisu. It was when we were looking into CERN, I think.
これはもうちゃんと話すしかないって。
誰？
何をどう言っても納得しないって顔してるよ、マホタンは。
ええ、納得しないわ。
それに中途半端に関わってる方がかえって危ないんじゃね？オカリンの言うことがマジならだけどさ。
Daru had a point. At this rate, Maho could very well get herself into deep trouble without realizing what she'd done. Just the fact that she was carrying Kurisu's belongings made her a part of the Third World War, but she had no idea. That computer wasn't just something to remember an old friend by anymore. It was the center of an international power struggle. Russian-speaking arsonists had forced their way into Kurisu's home in America. Afterwards, mysterious men claiming to be from the FBI had searched Dr. Leskinen's lab. This whole thing was on the verge of exploding, and people like me were nothing in the face of a war between nations.
鈴葉に関連することも話すことになるぞ。ダル、お前はそれでいいのか？
しょうがないっしょ。
I turned back towards Maho.
ヒアジョーさん、一つだけ約束してくれないか？君は科学者だ。しかも極めて理性的な人だと俺は信じている。感情に任せて迂闊なことはしないでくれ。軽率なことはしないでくれ。
Don't be like I once was.
これから話すことは突拍子もないことだ。馬鹿げていると思うかもしれないけど事実なんだ。だから。
And for like the 6th time in a row, I explained everything to Maho.
回りくどい言い方はやめて。一体私に何を誓わせたいの？
マキセ・クリスを救おうなんて絶対に考えるな。
Her mouth hung open, like she didn't understand what she just heard.
クリスを救う？
それが約束できないのなら話すつもりはない。どうする？
救える可能性があるということ？
そう思えるかもしれないが実際には可能性はゼロだということだ。
さっきも言ったでしょ。判断すべき情報も与えられていないのだから安易に回答は出せない。教えて、すべてを。
I took a deep breath and began to tell her the story. I told her about the time machine, about Suzuha, about the Third World War, and about the relationship between Kurisu and Dr. Nakabachi. And that was supposedly Dr. Nakabachi's theory, and that what was supposedly Dr. Nakabachi's theory was actually based off of Kurisu's writings. I told her that the original copy of Kurisu's work might be hidden on her laptop or hard drive. And I told her that Russia and America might be fighting over it. As far as how Kurisu died, I decided to skip that. Maho was silent the whole time I spoke, with a confused expression on her face. She looked like a girl who just graduated to middle school, who was staring at a string of equations on a blackboard that were nothing she'd ever seen before. Her expression didn't change even when I finished.
それ、本当の話なの？作り話ではなく。
Maho was asking Daru, not me.
まあね。
やっぱり信じられないか？
別にそういうわけじゃないわ。ただ私の予想とあまりにもかけ離れていたものだから思考が追いつかないの。
君の予想というのは？
アマデウスの軍事転用のことじゃないかと考えていたのよ。
軍事転用？
クリスは精神生理学研究所にもよく出入りしていたんだけど、時々 場違いな連中がそこにやってくるって言ってたの。どうも国防総省の人じゃないかって。
Russia, the FBI, and now the United States Department of Defense. This was getting even more suspicious.
アマデウスで人を殺せるのか？どうやって？
例えば百戦錬磨のパイロットから記憶データをコピーして無人戦闘機の制御に使うとか。あと以前話した医療への応用覚えてる？
人間の脳へ記憶データを書き戻すってやつかな。
そう。記憶データを修正した上で書き戻しが可能になれば、恐怖を感じない兵士やどんな非道な任務でも平然と遂行する部隊なんていう恐ろしいものまで作れてしまう。
うわ、まるでハリウッド映画じゃん。
How do I summarize everything that's happened in Steins Gate since Halloween? Okabe met future Daru, who explained that all of the timelines are going to have some effect on reaching Steins Gate. I cannot remember which ones have happened since Halloween. Either way, all of those timelines are going to have to converge in some way to open the door to Steins Gate. Now we're back on like the very first branch that we started on, where we're ignoring Amadeus Kurisu.
私はてっきりクリス
On
が
the
そ
big
ういった
plot
実験の
line
証
where
拠を偶
Maho
然
was
してしま
trying
ったんじゃない
to
かと思ってい
open
た
up
の。
the laptop.
だからクリスは狙われたと。
ええ。
Maho picked up the laptop. Its red body was evidently made out of some kind of magnesium alloy and was a lot lighter than it looked.
でもまさかタイムマシンとはね。
いずれにしてもそれはすぐに破壊した方がいい。
中身を確認もせず、あなたが言う論文が入っているとは限らないわよ。
中身はもう関係ないんだよ。クリスが残した遺産がこの世に存在している。それだけで戦争の火種になりうるんだ。
She still didn't seem satisfied.
でも
We'll
これ
go
は
show her the frickin' time
クリス
machine.
が生きていたという証。クリスが残した意志なのよ。それをあっさり葬り去るなんて。
Sergeant Clean. Oh no.
その中身を知ることで今度は君が狙われるかもしれない。
そうだけど。
If this wasn't working, maybe I needed to try another approach.
その PC のパスワードクリスには当然聞いてみたんだろう。アマデウスだよ。
もちろん最初に試してみたわ。
でもダメだったんだな。
Maho nodded.
おかしいよな。普通は知っているはずだろう。でもアマデウスのクリスは知らなかった。それなら考えられる可能性は一つだ。クリス本人がアマデウスの知らないうちにパスワードを変更した。なぜ損したと思う？中身を知られたくなかったからじゃないのか？死者の墓を暴くような真似はやめよう。な。
暴くなんてそんな言い方。ごめんなさい。確かに岡部さんの言う通りかもしれないわ。私 クリスにこだわりすぎているのかもしれない。
君がクリスのことをとても大切に思っていることはよくわかるよ。だがこればかりは手を出さない方がいい。パンドラの箱どころか地獄の釜の蓋になりかねない。
中二病つ
いちいち茶化すな。
Maho hugged the laptop tight to her chest and sighed.
了解したわ、岡部さん。今起こっている事態そのものは理解した。まだ頭の整理はついてないけどね。このノート PC は破棄しましょう。
ありがとう。
I was so glad she understood.
やっぱり大した人だ君は。
何が？
普通こんな話は花から否定するか否定しないまでも全て疑ってかかるかどっちかだろ。
買いかぶりすぎよ。いつもの私だったら否定どころか聞く耳すら持っていないわ。科学者っていうのはね、本来どんな些細な可能性であっても否定すべきではないんだけれど、得てして自分の主義主張や常識に固執する傾向にあるから。
じゃあ今回はなぜ？
そこにマキセ・クリスが関わっているからよ。
Maho's smile was bitter.
タイムトラベル理論？タイムリープマシン？冗談じゃないわ。そんなもの存在してたまるものですか。でもね、クリスならやりかねない。いつだって私の常識を破壊し尽くしてきたのはあの子なんだから。
そうか。
That's right. Her Amadeus login was Salieri. I almost said that, but stopped myself. It seemed to me like the ID held some kind of gloomy meaning to her as a scientist.
で依頼料はどうするん？実はマホタンにもらった分さ、今月末発売のエロゲー予約で使っちゃったんだよね。
お前最低だな。
そのための裏バイトなんだっつうの。
いいわ、お金を返してだなんて言いません。もともとダメ元で頼んだのだし。
言っとくけど、あと3日あればパスワード突き止めて解析完了してたから、これはガチ。
Honest. Slang, used to assert that a claim is truthful. I did the dishes. Honest.
そういうことにしておくわ。
Maho smiled and turned back to me.
ちなみに一応証拠は見せてほしいんだけれど。
証拠？
どこかに置いてあるんでしょ、そのタイムマシン。それと鈴葉さんに一度話を聞きたいわ。
それはどうだろうな。
Daru had agreed to it, but still, I told Maho about the time machine without asking Suzuha. We'd just gotten into a fight, and I really didn't want to bring this up to her. But even showing Maho the time machine would mean I'd need to get Suzuha's permission, and that made it difficult.
ダル、鈴葉に話を通すのはお前から。
Before I could finish my sentence, the intercom on the desk beeped.
もう大事な話してんのになんだお。
His tone was the same as ever, but I didn't miss the sudden flash of tension across Daru's face. I've got a bad feeling about this.
もしもし、なんかあったん？
Daru flipped through several channels of the security monitor as he continued to talk on the phone. All 6 monitors had been displaying the interior of the store, but now they showed the entrance to the building, the emergency exit, the corridors, and the elevator hall, and the emergency stairs. So he had cameras not just inside the building, but outside too. But this was no time to be impressed. The images were covered in white, snowy static, but I could see strange figures on the screens.
なんだこいつら。
The entrance to the building, the 1st floor elevator hall, the 7th floor elevator hall, the 7th floor emergency stairs, and in front of the cosplay shop. There had been nothing there a moment ago, but now there were 4 men standing in each of those 5 places. They were silent and did not speak to one another. There were around 20 of them in all. Some were wearing suits, other typical Akihabara fashions, yet others were wearing military camo. Individually, none of them would really stand out in Akihabara. But the fact that so many people had all come to this lonely building at once seemed terrifying.
Okie dokie. ここは放置するわ。君も適当に逃げるといいよ。ほんじゃ。
Evidently, he'd been talking to the man at the front counter. He put down the intercom and looked at us.
そういうわけで逃げるべ。
Daru pulled out a backpack and began tossing hard drives, memory cards, and other pieces of equipment into it.
そのノート PC も please。
Maho stood there, blinking, as she handed him Karisu's laptop and hard drive.
おい、あいつらは誰だ。
やっぱりクリスの PC が狙われているの？
さあ、どうかな。僕もいろいろやらかしてるからさ。こういうこと今までにもあったし。ま、だからこそ裏のバイトなわけで。
おいおい。
As Daru took the laptop and hard drive from Daru took the laptop and drive from Maho and then threw them in the backpack, then slid it onto his back.
そもそも逃げるってどうやって？店の入り口には連中がいるんだぞ。
いや、この場所気に入ってたのにな。ついに放棄か。
Oh no, all his anime figures! Despite his tone, his expression was still serious. He walked to the corner of the room. There was a life-size poster of a golden-haired Vocalo stuck on the wall. What's a Vocalo? A software developed for home computers that allows for the creation of an artificial singing voice. Developed and marketed by Japanese instrument manufacturer Yamana. There we go.
リンタン、ちょっとごめんよ。
My favorite Vocalo. Daru carefully took the poster off the wall, making sure not to damage it. There's a glass door hidden behind it, which led out to the concrete veranda.
こっちだお。
Wait, that was how he's going to escape? But this was the 7th floor, right? There wasn't time to worry about it. Daru went out the veranda without bothering to wait for us. I pushed Maho forward and urged her to go ahead of me. The veranda was filled with junk, just like the inside. The floor was covered with old PCs and monitors, as well as old arcade games that were clearly broken. There was barely any place to stand. But that meant that as long as you ducked down a little, there was probably no way you could be seen from the outside. Maybe he'd set this up deliberately so he could use it in case of an emergency. From there, we escaped like we were in a spy movie. We removed the board to open the way between the veranda and the next one, moved down to the room at the edge of the building, and then used the emergency ladder to get to the 2nd floor. It was an empty space that Daru rented with some of his acquaintances, and we were able to use the bathroom to escape to an unused room in the next building. My blood ran cold when Daru got a call that the men in the front of the cosplay shop had broken in. From there, we planned to escape from the next building's emergency exit. The emergency exit there led out to a different alleyway than the one we'd originally been in, so in theory, they shouldn't have been able to find us. But we were naive. The narrow alleyway between the buildings was dark and deserted. They were waiting for us there as if they'd known exactly where we were going. We were caught off guard, and before we could run, one of them grabbed Maho. And then there was no way for us to resist. They grabbed Daru and me, twisted our arms behind our backs, and slammed us into the ground. But it wasn't the group who'd attacked us in the building. They were all wearing full-face masks, motorcycle suits, and leather jackets. One of them, the girl holding Maho, was clearly a woman. There was only one woman I knew who'd attack us while dressed like that. What the fuck? I was right. I knew that voice. I could tell even with her helmet hiding her face. She held Maho with her left arm, and then took out a military knife with her right. She put the knife up to Maho's throat. The horrible memories came flooding back to me. Whether it happened in a different world line or not, the merciless voice that had taken Mayuri from me was right here. I gritted my teeth so hard it hurt and glared at the woman in the motorcycle suit. I forced myself to speak, and the woman in the motorcycle suit took the knife away from Maho's neck. She handed it over to one of the other men, and then she took off her helmet. Kiryu Moeka. So it was you after all. Her eyes were completely devoid of emotion, just like they were on August 13th. I was forced off the ground by one of the others, but my arm was still twisted upward. I tried as hard as I could not to scream from the pain. Moeka slightly nodded to the other men. The hand that was holding me drew back. I could finally move again. Daru was released too, and he stood up, mumbling something. But Maho was still in their hands. Daru was about to take off his backpack. Maho looked like a small child on the verge of tears. Still glaring at Moeka, I took the laptop and hard drive out of the backpack. She didn't respond. Fine then. I had to bluff. I put the two items back in the backpack and handed them over to her. It was all I could do to keep my voice from quaking. Of course, I had no clue what the password was. If they found that out, we were doomed. Daru was giving me a questioning glance. I ignored it. Keep your damn mouth shut, Daru.
確かにそうね
Alright, she fell for it. That meant
それじゃあ誰か一人私たちと来てもらう二人は今すぐに解放するその後パスワードが正しければ残り一人も解放する
hey, you know what? 2 out of 3 isn't too bad. Well, who gets to die?
それはダメだ。残る一人の命の保証がない。
なら三人とも来てもらうだけ
This woman, I could feel cold sweat on my back. I'd never been involved in a life or death deal before, and I had no idea what to do
明
next.
日至るこっちへ
僕
あなたはスペシャリストだと聞いているリュックを持ってこっちへ
いや
あなたが来るなら他の二人はここへ置いていってもいい
待て。だったら俺が行く。それでいいだろう。
あなたのことは上から何も聞かされていないパスワードを知っているかどうかもわからない
Damn, she saw through me. Moeka put the knife back to Maho's neck. Eee.
明日行
Oops.
ったる早く来て
そういうセリフはもっとエロいシチュの時にお願いしたいわけだが
Daru was joking, but his whole body was shaking. What do I do? They were going to kill Daru. I thought as fast and hard as I could, but nothing came to me. In this world line, Daru was going to live until 2036 and complete the time machine. That much was clear from Suzuwa's testimony. If the world lines were going to converge, then if Moeka took Daru here, he wouldn't be killed. Right? No, but that didn't mean I could leave him here. One of the men with Moeka was looking at his watch. She noticed it too. They might have felt they were talking too much or taking too much time with the kidnapping done in broad daylight. I hoped that somebody might wander by, but there was no counting on that stroke of luck. I needed to solve this myself instead of relying on others.
誰か殺してみせればいい
I felt a cold knife pressed against my carotid artery. Sorry, can't read.
おかりん
Daru and Maho were screaming, but suddenly it all seemed unreal, like it was taking place in a distant world. They say that what happens whenever someone is confronted with their own death... Sorry, hold on. They say that's what happens whenever someone is confronted with their own death, and it was happening to me now. I can't die either way, right? I tried asking myself that. I tried asking Suzuwa, even though she wasn't here. I tried asking the world. Of course, nobody answered. The fact that I might not die didn't mean I could do something stupid here. A normal college kid like me would be too scared to move once they had a knife to their neck. I'd seen people die many times, and I'd almost been killed, but I never did get used to it. Thoughts of Kurisu's blood came back into my mind, and I almost suffered a flashback. My body shook, and it was all I could do to keep from collapsing to the ground. Was there nothing else I could do? Just when I was about to give up, a black van pulled up and braked hard at one end of the alley, blocking us in. The sliding door opened and out poured men carrying assault rifles. Well, did this improve? Is this better? They were all wearing gray military uniforms and face masks. Their eyes were the eyes of trained soldiers. From their huge frames and color of their skin, it was clear they weren't Japanese. I immediately realized this was all real. It wasn't cosplay or anything like that. Those guns were real, and a battle was about to begin. My experience with the August 13th attack and the war zone I lived in until only a few days ago came back to me. It didn't matter who was friend or foe. Mueka moved the instant I spoke. She saw the attackers and jumped into the shadow of a nearby building. The other rounders spread out too. They let go of Maho, who was standing up, confused in the middle of the alley. The man who was holding me was the only one who reacted a bit too slowly. There was a sharp noise and a bullet went through the helmet of the rounder who was holding a knife to my throat. As he went down, I went down with him, and I hit the ground hard. The impact made me let go of Daru's backpack. One of the other rounders grabbed it off the ground and ran to the opposite direction of the van. A man got out of the van, evidently the commander, and barked orders in what sounded like Russian. One of the soldiers turned their gun on the fleeing rounder. The rounder's body flew up off the ground as both he and the backpack were torn open. The contents of the backpack fell to the ground, scattering across the asphalt. The laptop and hard drive were hit with more gunfire than possibly could have been necessary. Karisu's laptop and hard disk were turned to unrecognizable scrap in just a few seconds. I crawled behind a light pole without even bothering to look. It really all happened in an instant. I looked around and saw the Russian soldiers were running toward us. Moeka and her rounders had vanished at some point, leaving only the two bodies. The soldiers silently recovered the remains of the laptop and hard disk, picked up the bodies of the two rounders, and got right back in their van. They didn't even pause to look at us. There were only a couple of minutes between the time when they arrived and when they left. All that were left were little fragments lying on the ground. The blood from the two bodies. Maho, who was lying on the ground and shaking. Daru, who was standing in shock behind one of the buildings. And me, lying on the ground. My heart had been pounding the whole time. I only felt the pain in my neck after it was all over. Evidently, the knife had cut me a little when I'd fallen. A while later, we finally heard the sirens of a police car. And it was only then I remembered that I was in Akihabara, Japan. The Third World War may have started long ago, we just didn't know it. I realized that in the face of a war between nations, we truly were powerless. Akihabara was in an uproar. There were lots of helicopters in the sky that probably belonged to the media. We escaped the lab, making sure that no one was following us. It hadn't been that long since we were attacked at the hotel. If the cops found us at the scene of another crime like that, they'd be suspicious for sure. So we ran before the police arrived. Suzuha wasn't at the lab. Maybe she sensed what was going on outside and went to check on the time machine. We held our breath and waited. It felt like if we let anyone know we were here, more scary people would burst down the door and charge in.
橋田さん、ここタオルって置いてある。
洗面所にあるを。
Maho nodded and brought a new towel from the washroom. She handed it to me.
岡部さん、首血が出てる。これで押さえて。
ああ、ありがとう。
Fortunately, it wasn't a deep wound, so it wasn't long before it stopped. After handing me the towel, Maho sat down right on the floor and didn't move. I knew how she felt, especially since this was the second time she'd been attacked. And this time, people had died right in front of her.
大丈夫か、ヒヤジョさん。
She nodded hesitantly, but her face was deathly pale. And I realized that she'd been clutching her left hand into a fist this whole time, and there was blood coming from it.
怪我したのか、見せて。
Evidently, she hadn't noticed she'd been hurt. She was looking at her left hand, confused.
あら、
どうした？
指開かない。変ね。
Maho had been holding some small fragment in her hand. Her hand had frozen around it and wouldn't move, so it started to shake. I grabbed her hand and forced open her fingers one by one. Whatever it was, she'd been clutching it so tightly that she cut off the blood flow to her fingers. They were very cold. When I finally forced her hand open, the thing she was holding fell to the floor. What was it? I picked it up.
Oh.
It was a red piece of magnesium alloy. It was a piece of Karisu's laptop. She must have grabbed it off the ground when she was running away. If she held something so sharp tightly for so long, of course it was going to bleed. I returned it to Maho without a word. She took the broken fragment and cradled it in her hands, then stared at it with an empty expression. Suddenly, a single line of tears dripped down her cheek. After that, it didn't stop. She continued to sob. It was as if that tiny fragment was Kurisu herself. She held it to her chest and kept crying.
ヒヤジョさん、きっとクリスは安心したと思う。君が無事でよかったって。だから君が謝ることなんてない。謝らなくてもいいんだ。
She didn't respond. Instead, a phone started to vibrate.
私、
Maho took out her cell phone and looked at the message she received.
レスキネン教授からだわ。
どうした？
荒らされたって。オフィスと、あとホテルの部屋、 教授と私のひどいことになってるって。
そうか。
Whether it was the Rounders, the Russians, or whoever first surrounded the cosplay shop, they must have been after Kreesu's laptop and hard drive.
あの PC バックアップは存在しないんだよな。それならこれでよかったんだ。クリスの残したものが何十億もの人を殺す道具として使われることはなくなったんだから。
In the end, I got what I wanted. The data was destroyed before anyone got their hands on it. There was so little left that I was sure there would be no way to restore it.
つかさ、ロシアはなんであの PC を壊しちゃったんだろう。手に入れようとしてたんじゃなかったん？
今のところタイムマシン開発競争じゃロシアがリードしてるんだ。ロシアからすればノート PC を手に入れられればそれでよし。だが他の連中に奪われるぐらいなら壊してしまった方がマシって考えてたんじゃないか。
They probably wanted to avoid a protracted gunfight with the Rounders in broad daylight in Japan. The cold way they made their decisions made me shiver. They really were professional soldiers. An amateur couldn't do that.
で、これからどうする？
できればここにはいたくない。
Russia might not know about this place, but Moeka might. If the Rounders were on the move, then Tenoji downstairs might be involved too.
日が暮れたら移動しよう。
It would have been great if Suzuha had come back, but I couldn't get in touch with her. Maho was sinking into a warm bathtub. She could finally feel blood flowing through her body again. The heat melted the tension away from her muscles. Her injured hand hurt a little, but it wasn't unbearable. She felt like she'd come back to life. Once the sun had set, Maho and Rentaro had gone to Ferris, the cat-eared maid at May Queen, for help. I know who Ferris is, game. Ferris's home was at the top of a high-rise condo building on prime Akihabara real estate. From a security perspective, it was superior to the future gadget lab in every way imaginable. Ferris welcomed the two of them, offering them food and a place to sleep. And now she even offered them a bath. Maho was a little worried about Hashida Itaru. She insisted on staying in the He'd insisted on staying to wait for his younger sister Suzuha and remained alone at the future gadget lab. More than an hour had passed since then. Had Rentaro heard anything? And even if they moved, that didn't mean this place was safe. The group from this afternoon could attack at any time. She couldn't help but feel nervous, and that made her feel terrible and vulnerable as she sank into the bath. She got out of the bathtub and hurried to the changing room to wipe herself down. She tried to put on the change of underwear Ferris had given her. Ass! And her hands started to shake. Then her knees buckled and she fell to the ground.
極度の緊張とそこからの急激な緩和で一時的にひどい筋弛緩が起こってる。
She tried to stay calm by analyzing herself, but that didn't mean she could do anything but lie down.
これはまずいわ。
Alarm bells were going off in her head. She'd just about given up, knowing that it would pass with time when Ferris popped her head in.
マホニャお湯加減は
Ferris screamed and started to panic when she saw Maho naked lying on the floor.
大変だにゃー。死んじゃう。マホニャンが死んじゃう。いや、別に大丈夫だから。
Maho's voice was so weak that Ferris didn't even hear her.
とにかくベッドに連れてかなくちゃ。
Ferris tried to pick up the naked Maho and then slipped and dropped her. And then she died. Maho hit the back of her head on the floor. Oh my god, she did actually die! She saw little stars dancing across her field of vision. Sprawling naked on the floor, face up, Maho tried to force herself to stand, but her arms were too weak.
聞いて、これはすぐに治るから。
But Ferris wasn't listening. For some reason, she decided to reach around Maho from behind and try to drag her up. And then Rintaro must have heard Ferris's scream because he ran in.
どうしたんだフェイリス。
Eee! Is it time for the clown music? She wanted to scream, but all that came out was a tiny whimper. God damn it! God, no!
本当に悪かった。この通りだ。
Rintaro lowered his head deeply toward Maho as he lay on the bed.
謝らなくてもいいわ。さっきのはあくまでも事故なんだから。
But she still couldn't bear to look at him in the face. Just remembering the despair and embarrassment she'd felt when he saw her naked body made her want to bury her head in a pillow and flail her legs back and forth. To make matters worse, she still hadn't been able to stand up after all that, and Rintaro had been forced to carry her to the bed. She'd never been touched by a boy before, so it was only today that she realized how rugged male arms were. Being carried was extremely uncomfortable, to the point where she'd squirmed around and almost slipped out of his arms. So she had no choice but to curl herself into a ball and let Rintaro do whatever he wanted with her, which made her feel really strange. And now, she couldn't even bear to look at his face.
にゃー。フェイリスが慌てたのがいけなかったんだにゃ。
His real rugged arms looking like a Slender Man SCP. Ferris was sitting next to Rintaro, feet under her knees, with her shoulders slumped.
いいのよ。むしろ驚かせてしまってごめんなさい。
体は平気なのか。病院に行かなくても。
強い緊張が続いていたから、その反動が来ただけ。もう少し休めば回復すると思う。心配かけてしまったわね。みっともないわ。
みっともないもんか。今日みたいなことに巻き込まれれば誰だって怖い。具合だって悪くもなる。
あなたでも怖い？
ああ。
そう。
Alright, now you changed the music, right? Because the tone's changed.
今夜はもう
Right?
休むといいにゃ。事件のこととか、これからどうするかとか、難しい話は元気になってから考えるといいにゃ。そうね。ええ、そうするわ。ありがとう。
Maho closed her eyes. The lights went out and Rintaro and Ferris left the room. She lay on the bed and tried to not think about anything. She could hear the pounding of her heart. It would get louder and then softer. The rhythm was very strange. And she could hear a kind of static noise mixed in with her heartbeat, like a broken TV. Was it exhaustion-induced tinnitus? Whatever it was, when she noticed, she couldn't sleep.
そういえば岡部さんが精神安定剤を服用しているって言ってたわね。
She wasn't supposed to do this, but if she looked at their ingredients, she could tell what the medications were, or what medications had what effect. Should she take a look and have him lend her some? If that wasn't possible, she could at least get some over-the-counter antihistamines to use as a sleep aid. She turned over.
大声を出さないで言うことを聞いて
Aw, man.
さもないと命はない
Dang. Didn't even get to take the Benadryls. Suddenly, she heard a voice break through the unpleasant noise. She gulped and leapt out of bed. Terror-stricken, Maho tried to crawl to the door, but her legs wouldn't move like she wanted to. She couldn't stand up. The voice in her ears followed her wherever she went. It was like a wild animal toying with its prey. All of the hairs on her body were standing up on end. Her jaw was chattering so hard she bit her tongue. She desperately crawled across the carpet and toward the door.
一人殺してみせればいい
やめて、やだ、やだ。
ヒヤジョさんおい
She woke up to find herself being violently shaken by the shoulders. She looked around the room, panting. She was in bed and Rintaro was looking down at her. Her whole body was sweaty and she felt sick. There was a burning sensation deep in her stomach.
どうした
誰かがここに。
Rintaro looked around. Ferris came a moment later, as well as the older man who was her butler. But they were simply standing at the entrance of the room, concerned.
きっと悪い夢を見たんだ
The antique clock on the shelf said that at some point it had gotten past 1 a.m. She must have slept for hours without realizing it.
そうね、夢だったみたい。
She took a painful breath and wiped the sweat off her forehead without realizing that she sounded like a little child. She sent Ferris and the butler back to their rooms. Rintaro brought her a towel from the washroom.
ひどい汗だ拭いた方がいい
She did as he said and wiped the beads of sweat off her face, chest, and limbs. As she was deciding whether or not to wipe the inside of her pajamas, Rintaro took the hint and turned around.
俺も自分の部屋に戻るから何かあったらいつでも声をかけてくれん
橋田さんは？
あさっき連絡が来たよ鈴葉とも合流したって
そう。
それじゃあ
Rintaro was about to leave her bedside, but Maho, and she couldn't believe she was doing this, reached out and grabbed the hem of his shirt without thinking.
お願い、少しだけでいいからここにいて。
ヒヤジョさん
一人にし しないで。
Maho was surprised by the words she was saying, but the thought of spending the terrible night all by herself was too much to her. Rentaro must have understood how she felt, because he nodded without smiling.
わかった。眠るまで一緒にいるよ。
ありがとう。わがまま言ってごめんなさい。
いや、いいんだ。どうせ俺もなかなか寝つけなかったし。後ろ向いてるから汗だけはちゃんと拭くといい。
ええ。
While Rentaro stared back at the door, she took off her pajamas and wiped off the thick layer of sweat that covered her whole body. She tried to put her pajamas on again, but they were too drenched for her to want to wear them. She had no choice but to dive back under the covers in nothing but her underwear, and bring the comforter way above her chest.
もういいわ。
Amidst the dim glow of the nightlight, Rentaro brought a chair to the side of the bed and sat down.
ここで見張ってるから何も怖がらなくていい。これなら安心だろ。不安か？
うん、大丈夫。
Maho's face felt hot from some feeling that she didn't understand. She sank deeper under the blanket and turned away from Rentaro. She softly closed her eyes. She could feel his presence behind her. The two of them stopped talking, and the only noise was the distant sounds of night coming from beyond the curtain. How long did they spend like that? Just as she was about to fall into a light sleep, she heard a soft whisper in her ears.
ヒヤジョンさん、まだ起きてるか？
ええ。
She felt herself waking up again. She opened her eyes and turned back towards Rentaro, only to see him staring toward the window. It was as if he were trying to see some sight that lay beyond it. His profile is so handsome. For some reason, that was the thought that came to her.
どうかしたの？
Rentaro seemed unwilling to talk, so Maho decided to speak first. She swallowed loudly.
本当はずっと言おうと思ってたけど勇気がなかった。すまない。
何のこと？
俺は一つだけ君に重大なことを隠している。
Maho leaned forward, not caring that he might see her chest.
さっき話したよな。別の世界線のことやそこで出会ったクリスのこと、タイムマシンやタイムリープのこと。
ええ。
クリスとその父親のことも。
ええ。
あの時本当はもう一つ言わなきゃいけないことがあったんだ。でもどうしても言い出せなかった。
His head was slumping forward in the chair. Maho waited silently for his next words. Despite the late hour, she heard a helicopter in the distance. For some reason, it sounded really loud. She hadn't seen the news, but it was possible that the media was still talking about the gun battle that had taken place this afternoon.
これは君にだけは絶対に話すべきことだったのに。
When he finally spoke, his expression was unlike any look she'd ever seen on his face before. It was pain, sad, and suffering, like someone at the bottom of a deep, dark place. And yet there was something in his eyes that hinted at incredible self-hatred and rage.
岡部さん。
Suddenly, her chest felt like it was about to burst from pain. She didn't know where the pain was coming from, but she wanted Rintaro to stop looking like that.
あの日、ラジカンでクリスを
His hands were forming some kind of shape, like he was holding an invisible knife.
クリスを殺したのは。
もういいわ。
She screamed, unable to take it anymore. She rolled out of bed, forgetting how she was dressed, and covered Rintaro's hands with her own.
いいの、もういい。それ以上言わなくていいから。私はあなたを信じているわ。だから話さなくていい。いつかその時が来たら嫌でも聞かせてもらうことになると思う。でもそれは今じゃない。その時が来るまでは口をつぐんでおきなさい。
She strengthened her grip and forced him to let go of the invisible knife. Rintaro nodded without saying another word. They simply stared at each other for a while. Maho couldn't look away from his gaze. It was as if he was clinging to something or wandering in search of salvation. She sneezed.
風邪ひくぞ。
And it was only then that she realized that she was holding Rintaro's hands, while wearing next to nothing. Rintaro looked a little embarrassed.
ごめんなさい。
She quickly jumped back in the blankets. She curled up into a ball and tore at her hair, screaming inside her mind. She'd let a boy see her naked not once but twice.
私今度こそもう寝るわ。
邪魔して悪かった。
邪魔だなんて思ってないわよ。でもさっきの話はこの場限りにしていい？いい？
あ、ありがとう、ヒヤジョーさん。
お礼なんて言われる筋合いはないわ。それじゃあおやすみなさい。
おやすみ。
The room got quiet again. The adrenaline rush kept Maho awake. After a while, she heard snores coming from Intaro's direction. Evidently, he'd fallen asleep. He must have been tired. He went through the same attack that Maho had. Of course he was. His breathing wasn't peaceful at all. It was pained. He may have been in the grip of some terrible nightmare. Maho hesitated several times, but finally she turned over and stretched out her hand from the blankets. She softly touched the backside of his hand. She felt its warmth on her fingertips.
クリスはあなたのことをなんて呼んでいたのかしら。岡部さん、それとも凛太郎だったのかな。
She didn't know, but it didn't matter.
しっかりしなさい、岡部凛太郎。この私が好きになった人はそんなに弱い男だったわけ？
She tried to think about how Kurisu would say those words. And eventually Rintaro's breathing started to become more peaceful. Relieved, she let go, and then she changed her mind and grabbed the hem of his shirt again. She felt embarrassed, as if she was a little kid, but at the same time she felt like now she might not have any more nightmares. That night, for the first time in a very long while, she dreamed of a smiling Kurisu. Maho and I stayed at Ferris's house for several days after that. Now that Kurisu's computer was destroyed, the odds that anyone would come after us had gone way down, but there was still a chance. Just to be extra careful, I stayed away from the lab.
Maho, Rintaro.
Dr. Leskinen looked a little thinner since the last time I'd seen him.
教授、よかった、無事で。
魔法も大変だったね。
Dr. Leskinen held Maho tightly in his huge arms. The difference in size between them was so great that Maho looked like some kind of stuffed animal.
教授、きついです。
Dr. Leskinen and Maho were leaving the country in the afternoon on a weekday, so I was the only one who could see them off. Since I'd been with Maho the whole time, instead of only seeing them off, I'd actually just brought her here, or there. Maho, after all, was the kind of person who was incapable of getting to an airport on her own. I was amazed she survived this long, given her lack of basic skills. We'd held Maho's goodbye party last night at Ferris's house. Ferris was there, and so were Mayuri and Daru and the others from the Christmas party. All were sad to see her go.
Rintaro, 魔法と一緒にいてくれてありがとう。本当に世話になったね。
いえ。
それで、うちの研究室にはいつ頃来られるのかな？
He wasn't kidding about that, huh?
勉強して少しでも早く行けるように頑張ります。その時は俺から連絡しても。
もちろん、いつでも待っているからね。
He smiled as he took my hand and shook it. I was really glad to hear it. After meeting Amadeus, my desire to go to Victorchondria had only increased.
岡部さん、お礼を言わせて。いろいろとありがとう。あなたがいなかったら、私は今頃命はなかったかもしれないわ。
大げさだな。
いいえ、本心よ。本当に感謝している。私もあなたのことを待っているから。頑張って。
あ、君も研究を頑張ってくれ。
それで、レインタロウ、事前に連絡しておいた通り、アメテウスのアクセス権は今日ここで解除させてもらうことになるんだ。いいね。
はい。
Evidently, they couldn't leave me with access to Amadeus after they left the country. I was only supposed to test her during their stay here anyways.
クリスに最後に挨拶するかい？
Nah, I'm good. No thanks.
そうですね。あ、じゃあ一言だけいいですか？
もちろん。
I tapped the icon for Amadeus.
何？私にもお別れの挨拶してくれるの？
Kurisu was expressionless for some reason.
まあな。必要なかったか？
私なんかよりも先に真帆先輩には挨拶したんでしょうね。ちゃんとしたわよ。
Maho interjected before I could speak.
それならいいけど。
Kurisu was inside my screen. Was it a good thing that I'd spoken to her like this? Or a bad thing? In the end, I knew I needed to forget about Makise Kurisu, but I couldn't. I couldn't escape from this
ア
curse.
クセス権がなくなったらもう会えなくなるな。
まあ、私の話し相手になってくれたことには多少は感謝してる。レスキネン教授の研究室に来る可能性はあるんでしょ？一応再会する時まであんたのことは覚えておいてあげる。
ツンデレだな。
Tsundere. A girl who is usually aloof and acerbic soon, but becomes affectionate, dere, when someone with a romantic or with her romantic interest. However, the definition has become more broad recently. Okay.
ツンデレ？何それ？知らない言葉を使わないで。
Okay.
顔が赤いぞ。
この子、照れてるわね。
クリスはシャイだね。ははは。
もう教授まで。
元気でというのはちょっと違うな。君は別に病気にはならないわけだし、あまりヒアジョーさんのことをからかうなよ。
はいはい、言われなくても分かってるわよ。
それならいいんだ。
あんたがいつかそんな風に寂しそうに笑うんじゃなくて、心の底から笑える日が来るといいわね。
I guess even an AI could see right through me. Makise Kurisu really was one hell of a woman.
それじゃ。
あ、
Kurisu disappeared from my screen. I turned to Dr. Leskinen and nodded, deleting the Amadeus icon from my screen.
アクセス権の解除は後でこちらで手続きしておくよ。テスターとして協力してくれてありがとう。貴重なデータが取れた。
こちらこそありがとうございました。
Bye, Dr. Leskinen. Say hi to the CIA for me. I bowed deeply to both Maho and Dr. Leskinen. As I watched their plane take off into the distance, I noticed that it felt like there was a hole in my heart. I clutched my phone tightly. Its connection to Amadeus was gone. Holy fuck, they dragged that chapter out. Damn.
かがりちゃん、今日から私とあなたは正式な親子になるのよ。
Hell yeah. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to take a quick break and get some fucking water. I didn't think the end of that chapter was going to be 2 hours beyond the end of the other ending for this chapter. So, I'll be right back. Hi friends, I'm back. Thank you so much for the resum. Summary of what's happened in this episode. So from, I don't remember the name of the chapter. From the important branch, from the other side of this tree, Okabe sent a email telling his past self that all the timelines matter. And you need to bring them together somehow, idiot. And then the chapter plays out exactly the same. All the way to the end. Where you decide to ignore Kurisu. And the three factions that are fighting it out for Amadeus, Kurisu, or at least Kurisu's paper, end up destroying the laptop, and Russia still wins. So Kurisu's original paper is, at this point, supposedly gone. And Russia's still winning the time machine war. So oh yeah, I need to get the game back up. Oops, there we go. There has been no change in divergence since the beginning of this chapter, so nothing's changed. This was when Kaguri was 6. She'd been living in a facility for war orphans and getting treatment at a dedicated clinic next door. It was a completely different place than the normal hospitals, which were overflowing with casualties from the war. It was an idyllic garden, shut off from the despair of the outside world so that children could live in peace. That's where she met her mom. Mom, Shina Mayuri, was a Class 2 caregiver at the facility who was always very nice to her.
本当？ママがかがりの本当のママになるの？ええ、そうよ。やった！ママ！
It was impossible to express the words, or express with words how happy Kaguri had felt. Being Mom's real daughter meant that Kaguri had become a real name. Kaguri became Shina Kaguri.
ほら、くっつかないの。かがりちゃんは甘えん坊さんね。じゃあ、ここから出られるんだよね。ママと一緒に暮らせるんだよね。ごめんね。かがりちゃんにはもう少し治療が必要みたいなの。
そういうことなんだ。
あ、先生。
Kaguri didn't know the doctor's name, but he was a nice old man who was always kind to her.
あと半年もすれば終わるからね。それまで我慢するんだよ。
半年もですか？この前のお話ではあと2週間ぐらいで大丈夫だと。
Oops.
それは身体的な傷の話なんだ。東京大空襲で子供が受けた心的外傷後ストレスは大人の比ではないからね。それに昨日の診断で分かったことなんだが、かがりちゃんはまだ怖い夢を見るらしい。
そうなの？かがりちゃん。そんなことないもん。もう怖い夢なんて見ないよ。楽しい夢ばっかりだよ。楽しい楽しい。
かがりちゃん、嘘は良くないよ。それでは治療はもっと長引いてしまう。夜中に怖い夢にうなされて起きることが未だによくあるのだと昨日話してくれたよね。
まあ、そうなの。
この子の脳内に空爆の記憶が恐怖として残っている証拠だろうね。きちんと治療しておかなければ後で取り返しがつかなくなる。
そうですね。
というわけで 治療を続けてもよろしいかね、お母さん。
はい係ちゃん、頑張って悪い病気をやっつけようね。
Mom rubbed her head. Kagri felt so at peace that she could cry.
いい子だ。
じゃあまた後でね、係ちゃん。
Mom took her hand away, and instead the doctor took Kagri's hand. She was taken to the usual room. There was a white reclining chair, and next to it some kind of mechanical system connected to a headset.
聞こえる、いつもの声。
君はママを守るんだ。この世界を守るんだ。そのために君は生まれてきたんだよ。
She couldn't remember when she started hearing the voice. But by the time she was 6, whenever she was worried, uncertain, or in trouble, she could hear it. It was always kind and strong, and it always cheered her up. In Kaguri's childish mind, she started to think it might be the voice of God. Since only she could hear it, everyone else said that it was an illness. But Mom was the one person who believed her.
ママを守るんだ。だから治療頑張るんだ。
Kaguri's young heart was filled with the hope that she could someday live with Mom. As soon as she opened the door, Shina Kaguri was struck by an unpleasant wave of heat. It was early June, and this was the first day to hit summer temperatures. It was hot enough to that just walking outside would cause you to sweat, but this small Japanese-style room had thick curtains and the windows were closed. The room was dark and cramped, and there were so many clothes on the floor that there was no place to stand. It wasn't just clothes. There were all kinds of filthy things. Bags with half-eaten snack bread still in them, half-rotted food packs, plastic convenience store bags overflowing with trash, all scattered around the room. Oh hey, it's Moika. And the area around the half-naked girl sitting against the wall was covered in bandages and gauze soaked with blood and pus. There were bandages tied around her exposed stomach, chest, and limbs, but these too were soaked with blood. The room was filled with a sickeningly sweet stench, though there was no way to know if it was coming from the garbage or coming from her. The owner of the room, Kiryu Mueka, raised her head and looked at her, eyes filled with hope.
M4、まだ生きてたか。
When she saw Kaguri, who was wearing her shoes as she came into the room, her shoulders slumped.
FB じゃない。誰？
命の恩人に向かってひどい言い草ね。
Mueka gave a painful cough and spit up some stomach fluid mixed with blood. It stained her thighs and the floor. Her wounds must have opened again because the bandages around her stomach began to turn red. She'd spent 5 months like this, with no treatment from a doctor. Mueka had gotten into a gunfight with the Russian army and failed her mission as a rounder. She lost 2 of her companions, and her target, Makise Kurisu's laptop, had also been destroyed. They pinned the blame on her. She was wounded and almost killed. It was Kaguri who saved her and brought her to this room. But if someone with a gunshot wound went to a hospital, the police would be notified. And for that reason, she'd never gotten any real treatment. Her wounds had become infected, and even 5 months later, they still brought her incredible pain. Her terrible fever hadn't let up at all, and it wasn't rare for her to go from 39 degrees to over 40. Well, she's really cold, huh? But Moeka didn't seem very interested in her wounds. She was more interested in sending messages with her phone in her hands. She must have been sending more messages to her beloved boss. In the past 5 months, she'd sent almost 1,000.
どうして FB どうして返事をくれないの
FB was Moeka's boss in the Rounders. A woman who always gave orders to Moeka via email. Moeka worshipped her, to a degree that far exceeded what could occur within a normal employee relationship. The shock of being abandoned by FB hurt her many times more than her actual wounds. Kaguri tossed the bag she'd slung over her shoulder at Moeka's feet, along with 2 plastic bags. The backpack was filled with medicine that wasn't available without a doctor's prescription. Along with it was a whole box of illegal drugs used only for the treatment of severe pain. Normally, these would be kept under strict control at a hospital, where no normal person could get them. Both of the plastic bags were filled with canned goods and other things. Kaguri had chosen because they had the lowest probability of spoiling.
生きる気がなくなったら言うといいわ。代わりに毒でも持ってきてあげるから。
But Moeka didn't seem to notice Kaguri at all anymore. She was completely unresponsive. Kaguri had gotten used to her attitude over the last 5 months. But she wasn't just going to go home today. She wordlessly reached for Moeka's cell phone. Moeka tried to resist, but evidently she had no strength left. Kaguri was easily able to grab her phone. It was covered in blood and pus, but Kaguri forced it into her pocket without hesitation. Moeka started crawling towards her. It was like something out of a zombie movie.
勘違いしないで。FB から新しい命令よ。
Moeka froze.
FB の命令。
そう、受け取りなさい。
Kaguri took another cell phone out of her pocket. It was the same Japanese cell phone that Moeka had been using, minus the dirt and blood stains.
今までの回線はロシアやアメリカの諜報部に傍受されていて使えないわ。だから今後はこっちを使って指令が来る。
Moeka reached a trembling hand out towards the phone. This is 100% Yuki's voice, I think. And in an instant, she snatched it away and clutched it to her chest like it was her own child.
FB はこの携帯ならメールをくれるの？
多分もう来てるはずよ。
Moeka quickly opened the screen on the phone. When she saw the words on the screen, tears started to flow down her face. Well, I mean, Suzuha and Yuki have the same voice actors, I believe. So I guess technically it could be either.
私の可愛い娘。大変だったわね。私もとても心を痛めています。失敗したことは残念だったけれど、あなたが生きていてくれて本当によかった。早く傷を治して 私からの次のメールを待っていてね。今度こそ任務を完全に遂行し、私の信頼を取り戻して、あなたのことを心から信じていますからね。私の大切な大切な娘 FP より
わざわざ読み上げなくてもいいのに。
Of course, this message wasn't from FB. Kagri had written it herself. Keep someone at the brink of death for 5 months, then give them exactly what they want as bait, and you can easily put anyone under your control. Kagri knew this well. The life suddenly returned to Muika's face. She spilled out the contents of Kagri's backpack like a woman possessed.
傷を直したいの。FB の信頼答えなくちゃ。
それでいい M4。
Kagri smiled, satisfied, and knelt down in front of her.
私が治療してあげるわ。包帯を全部取りなさい。
When Kagri left the apartment, the sun had set. She spent several hours treating Muika's wounds. Her hands still smelled of medicine. It wouldn't go away for days, possibly. She sighed and put on her full-face motorcycle helmet, then went to the parking lot and got on her bike.
神様の声、そろそろ聞こえるかな。
She whispered. Okay. She took off on her motorcycle. It was almost July. The rainy season hadn't been that bad this year, and what little remained of it had already disappeared. Temperature-wise, summer hadn't come a long time. Wait, summer had come a long time ago.
夏か。
In other words, it had almost been a year since it happened. And then one Saturday afternoon, if I stayed home, not only would it be hot, but Dad would be on my case about helping with the family business. To get away, I'd come to an area around Ikebukuro Station. A year ago, I could have gone to the lab, but with Suzuha living there now, I'd mostly stopped going. But that meant that it was hard to find a place to study on my days off. It was too much trouble to go to the university. And the classrooms probably weren't open on weekdays either. After a lot of research, I'd settle on spending my free days visiting this cafe near my parents' home and spending a few hours there. In fact, a lot of other patrons did the same thing, buying a single cup of coffee and sitting there for hours on end. Some brought books, some brought computers. I chuckled to myself as I realized that I joined the ranks of the other normies. Tuturu, where are you now? Oh, the usual cafe, right? I just went to your place and you weren't home. You did. Did my dad make a nuisance of himself again? It's okay, he gave me some barley tea. I have to go shopping. Will you come with me? Okay, I'll leave now. Wait for me. So she went to my house. My family's business was called Okabe Greengrocer. It was a beat-up old store located in a rundown shopping street. The place was almost 40 years old, and I really wanted them to rebuild it. My mind had wandered. Mayuri was going to be here in less than 15 minutes, so maybe it was time to call it a day. I'd worked pretty hard during the morning, so it wasn't too bad. I was a little surprised at how I had been working lately, how hard I'd been working lately. I could feel how having a goal gave me energy. I needed to get to Victor Condry as soon as I could.
ビクトル・コンドリア大学か。
I was still in contact with Maho via email and chat. She was evidently busy with her research because she was always sleepy. I took out my phone. I found myself looking for a certain icon on the home screen, but of course I deleted it myself 6 months ago. Amadeus. Was Kurisu doing well? Knowing her, she probably was coming up with a complicated theory or teasing Maho. It was also possible that she was visiting @channel and hiding it from Maho.
アットチャンネル。
That's right, Kurisu had internet access. So it would make sense if she accessed @channel. But given that,
アマデウスってネット掲示板に書き込んだりすることもできるんだろうか。
Kurisu had spent a lot of effort last summer trying to argue with John Titor on @channel. That happened in the Alpha World line though. Still, it meant that she was working, or she was okay with posting. So there was a chance that Kurisu was doing the same thing. If Amadeus had even temporary access to the network, then just maybe. I opened the web browser on my smartphone and without really expecting much, ran a search for a nickname I knew I'd never forget. Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha. It was the handle that Kurisu had once used. I spoke without thinking. I bowed my head a little toward the other customers who were staring at me coldly and looked back at my smartphone. Amazingly, the search turned up several hundred results. They were all comments on @channel. I took a look at the dates on the result page. The oldest dated back to 2008. Those must have been written by Kurisu when she was alive. I never expected to see traces of her here.
っていうか、投稿しすぎだろう。
I didn't realize she spent that much time on @channel. Her comments were spread out on a lot of different boards. Physics, mathematics, science fiction. Oh, and of course, the occult boards. For example, in the science fiction threads, she had passionate discussions about time machines. But unlike the Alpha World line, she never came out and denied the possibility of a time machine. Surprisingly, some of her comments seemed to be quite the opposite.
いや、意外でもなんでもないか。
After all, she'd gone through all the work required to write a paper on the time machines. Compared to that, her comments on the occult boards were brutal. She would absolutely crush the arguments of anyone who dared to propose anything even the least bit unscientific. Supernatural phenomenon like crop circles, poltergeists, and spontaneous human combustion. Out-of-place artifacts, the Mayan doomsday calendar, conspiracy theories about how human DNA had been brought from another planet. She broke them down and refuted them with a cold thoroughness that even drove away her own side, and if anybody dared challenge her, she'd leave them flat on the canvas. It was just like Kurisu. Her comments offered so little room for discussion, it was aggravating to read them. Did she actually enjoy all this occult stuff? She put enough energy into this that I couldn't help but wonder.
いくらなんでも大人げなさすぎだろう。
The first time I met her at last year's ATF, I'd gone through the same experience. But after a certain point, the Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha comments suddenly stopped. The cutoff date was around July 27th of last year. The day Kurisu died. Her last comment was a slightly too heated response to someone who was mocking Dr. Nakabachi's time machine press conference. My chest tightened with the sensations of nostalgia and sorrow. I decided to close the browser. But then I stopped as soon as I saw her next comment. I brought the phone closer to my face and stared at it again and again. The date of the comment was December 1st, 2010.
これってまさか
Kurisu died in July 2010. So this couldn't possibly be her. So who was it? Was it someone else who'd taken over the identity of Kurigohan and Kamehameha? Or was it? Since there was no trip code, I couldn't tell for certain. An encoded string of characters that appears next to a name on that channel. By entering your name as name some word, you can cause some word to appear as an encrypted form. Okay. December 1st was just after Maho and Dr. Leskinen had come to Japan, and also about the time I encountered Kurisu. After that, Kurigohan and Kamehameha commented about the rate, about a rate of once per week. I looked for the most recent comment.
って昨日の夜じゃないか
It was a discussion about relativity theory. She really did get foul-mouthed when she went on that channel. But then I realized that she said something similar to me face to face. If this wasn't some imposter, if it was really Kurisu, what a miraculous and yet stupid story. Did Maho and Dr. Leskinen know about this, I wonder? Probably not. Kurisu wasn't going to tell them. I couldn't help but laugh. Should I try to make contact with her? I wanted to see if this Kurigohan and Kamehameha was really Kurisu. And then I came up with a good handle. Salieri's neighbor. Of course, this was a knockoff of Maho's ID. If Kurigohan and Kamehameha really was Kurisu, she'd have to notice it, right? Okay. And there, it's posted. How about that? I wrote something deliberately provocative, and importantly, I mixed in some mistakes. Not to brag, but I thought I knew a lot more about Kurisu than Maho did.
あっさり釣られるはずだクリスならな
What's bait? In fishing, it means to add bait to a hook. In net slang, however, it means to bait out reactions from people via posting provocative opinions or false information. The person doing the baiting then enjoys watching the angry reactions should the victims take the bait. Also abbreviated as B8. Oh, hi, old Mayuri. At some point, Mayuri had walked up in front of me.
なんだもう来てたのか
I've been so busy writing my comments that I hadn't noticed. I hurriedly put the phone away and stood up.
じゃあ行くかんどうした
行こ
Mayuri and I left the cafe. Mayuri and I met up and headed for Tokyo Hands. When I stepped inside the air-conditioned store, I felt refreshed. If it was this hot in June, I shudder to think what it was going to be like in July or August.
それで一体何を買うつもりなんだ
う商品宣伝用のポップを作るんだだからそれ用のカードとか蛍光ペンとか
今年は込みまで同人誌でも出す気か
違うよ。岡部製菓店で使うんだよ。
は？なんだって？
My family business.
オカリンの家に行った時にね、おじさんとそんな話になって、じゃあマユシーが作りますって立候補したの。
おいおい。
God, this whole chapter is really hurting my brain. My dad could be such a jerk.
お前がそんなことする必要ないんだぞ。
でもマユシーがやりたいからやっているのです。
本当にいいのか？
オカリンやおじさんおばさんにはいつもお世話になってるから。
じゃあ代わりに今度何かプレゼントするよ。
本当？嬉しいな。
I took a quick look around and saw that they were selling a lot of things you could use for advertising. I decided to mostly leave the purchasing decision to Mayuri. She spent quite a while deciding on what to buy. But, well, maybe because of all the time she spent at May Queen, her taste ran in the direction of cute and anime.
ねえねえ、こっちのハート型のも可愛いよ。
野菜や果物を売るのにハート型なんてどう使うつもりだ？
例えばこんな風に書くのはどうかな。おっきな松茸くん、今夜のおかずに奥さんいかが？あとは甘くてとろりん、早く食べてね、熟れたメロンちゃん。
お前まさか知らないうちにダルに洗脳されたわけじゃないよな。ああ、いや、なんでもない。
Mayuri looked confused and completely oblivious.
とにかくハート型のポップは不許可だ。うちが怪しい店に見えてしまう。
そうかな。可愛いと思うけどな。
可愛くなくていいんだって。
My original intention not to interfere had gone by the wayside.
そもそもこれ以上買っても絶対余るぞ。
My shopping cart was filled with cardstock of various colors and shapes.
これだけあれば当分困らないだろ。
そうだね。じゃあここまでにしよ
We went to the cash register to check out. But since it was Saturday, the checkout area was overflowing with shopping carts. Since it was going to take a while, I sent Mayuri to browse the toy section on another floor. I knew they have some stuff from one of her shows, Rainet Kakaru. Mayuri looked apologetic, but did what I told her to. In the end, I waited a whole 15 minutes at the register. As an apology, I decided to get the present I promised her.
う。
She seemed really happy as she stared at the keychain. It was Upa, the mascot character from Rainet Kakaru. I told her when she went over to the toy section, she gets to pick out anything she wanted. And this is what she chose.
ウーパならもう大量に持ってるのにずいぶん嬉しそうだな。
From my favorite Rainet Kakaru movie.
しかもそれって普通の緑色のウーパだろ？レアなやつじゃないよな。レアなのは確かメタルウーパだっけか。
The most popular and rarest of the Upas was the shiny silver metal Upa. For example, whenever there was a lottery for rare Rainet Kakaru stuff at the convenience stores, the top prize was always a metal Upa. Mayuri had told me once that they sold for tens of thousands of yen at auction.
チッチッチ。
For some reason, Mayuri was wagging her finger at me. You fool! You thought this was some normal Upa?
これはね、緑のウーパさんだけど、普通のとは違うの。この前やってた映画に登場した 緑の妖精さんウーパなんだよ。
Come to think of it, there had been a Rainet Kakaru movie out in spring. Had Mayuri sat in the theater full of little kids to watch it?
緑の妖精さん？
映画のネタバレしてもいいかな？
いいぞ、どうせ見ないし。
No, don't do it! I'm not listening.
今回
I
の
got my
映
ears
画は
plugged.
ね、バーチャル世界で悪のスーパーハッカーさんたちとバトルをするんだ。
Tell me when it's over.
そのバーチャル世界が妖精さんの住む森なのです。スーパーハッカーさんはすごく強くてね、かけるくんもウーパもピンチになっちゃうんだけど、もうダメだーっていう時にね、妖精さんたちが助けに来てくれるの。実はその妖精さんたちはかけるくんがお世話をしてた学校の花壇のお花さんたちだったんだよ。いつも優しくしてくれるかけるくんを助けるためにね、バーチャル世界でピカピカーンって光ってウーパと合体するんだ。それがこの緑の妖精さんウーパー。すっごくかわいいし、すっごく強いんだよ。まゆし、感動したな。そういう話に弱いんだ。監督さん天才だよ。
なるほどな。
Oh, is it safe now? It was rare for Mayuri to get this excited about something. I took a closer look and saw the design was a little different from the standard Upa. I didn't know a lot about Upas, so I couldn't say exactly what was different.
このキーホルダーね、結構あちこち探してたんだ。すっごく人気があってね、どこも売り切れだったんだよ。まさかハンズに残ってるなんて思わなかったな。
ラッキーだったな。
しかもこれが最後の1個だったんだよ。今日は来てよかった。オカリンとおじさんには感謝しなくちゃ。
Mayuri took the tag off the keychain, got her house key out of her bag, and carefully attached it.
ねえオカリン、まゆしね、これずっと大切にするね。
おお、そうしてくれ。くれぐれも買って5分でなくしたりしないようにな。
I don't know if I have enough information to explain what's going on with the timeline right now. It did happen before, just so you know. It happened before, after all. Like the metal Upa I'd won for it at Radicon, Mayuri had lost it in no more than 5 minutes after I gave it to her. I'd wondered if she ever found it. I didn't really want to remember that time in my life, so my memory of what happened to the metal Upa was vague.
もう絶対になくさないのです。
The two of us started to head back.
オカリンのお店のポップ張り切って作るね。
ああ、その作業があったな。
I've been thinking the job was done once we bought the materials. The real work actually began now.
俺も手伝おうか。
大丈夫。マユシーのセンスを信じて
ハートマーク
Oops,
の
sorry.
ポップを買おうとしてた時点でセンスを疑うぞ。
大丈夫だよ。
まあ、ポップを作ってくれるだけでもありがたいから文句は言わないけどな。
お母さんにメールしなきゃ。晩ご飯までには帰りますって。
なんならうちで食べてってもいいぞ。どうせ親父やおふくろが引き止めるだろうし。
どうしようかな。オカリンは 今日はこの後ずっと家にいるの？合コンとか行かない？
最近は全然行ってないよ。
Last fall, when I've been trying to become a normal college kid, I forced myself to go as many as possible. But lately, I'd been so busy with my studies that I hadn't had a chance.
そっか。じゃあごちそうになっていこうかな。
Mayuri took out her phone and started to type something when her expression suddenly darkened. She stopped moving.
どうした？
ついさっきね、楓さんからメールが来てて気づかなかったよ。どうしよう、おかり。
Mayuri seemed like she was on the verge of tears.
何かあったのか？
ねえ、おかり。前に言ってたよね。吹雪ちゃんは病気なんかじゃないって。
吹雪ちゃん？中瀬さんのことか？来島さんの方じゃなくて？
あれって本当に病気じゃないんだよね。
おう、違うはずだ。
でも
Mayuri showed me her phone. Fubuki-chan's back in the hospital. I'm on my way. Here's the location. At this very pornographic website.
また入院しただって。
I couldn't believe what I was seeing on the screen. Fubuki was at a different location than before. This time it was at AH Tokyo General Hospital, High-Tech Medical Center in Yoyogi. It was supposedly one of Japan's most advanced hospitals. According to what I read on the internet, patients with new encephalitis that everyone was talking about were being gathered here for special treatment. But I'd also read lots of really bad urban legends about the place, and I was a bit worried about the kind of horror show I'd find there. Of course, when we arrived, it was nothing like that. It was very clean and decorated like a luxury hotel.
マユリちゃん、ホカリンさん、こっちです。
Yeah, this is almost one for one. There's been a few like little changes.
吹雪ちゃんは？大丈夫だよ。
Yuki gave Mayuri a soft hug and a smile. Kade bowed her head apologetically.
驚かせてごめんね。私も焦っちゃって。もっとちゃんと確認してからメールすればよかった。
I think there was some slightly different reactions from Mayuri that went unexplained.
というと、中瀬さんの
Maybe. Now you've got me doubting my memories.
今病室で吹雪ちゃんのお母さんに会えたんですけど、例の病気が悪化したとかじゃないそうです。
じゃあまた検査入院とか？
はい、そう言ってました。だから全然心配ないって。なんだ、はあ、よかった。
Mayuri looked extremely relieved as Yuki continued to hug her. If I remembered right, the last time they examined her, they said that it was possible she had the disease, but as long as it didn't get worse, it wouldn't affect her daily life. They told her to come back up for regular checkups. The new encephalitis had arrived in Japan over 6 months ago, but the number of patients was still increasing. Fortunately, there hadn't been a single casualty yet.
あれは病気なんかじゃないと思うけどな。
But yeah, there's so much back and forth between both of these branches where they have very different plots that sometimes it's really hard to remember what happened to the other one when you return to it. I mean, the majority of the game took place in the other one, immediately after very briefly going through the first plot. So, that's understandable. I was certain that they were calling encephalitis, or what they were calling encephalitis, was actually something similar to reading Steiner. One time, when I went to visit Fubuki in the hospital, I had secretly investigated the other patients. I wasn't able to get any proof, but I found out most of the patients in the wing had, to varying degrees, memories of the same world line. Many people had memories of Japan at war.
ふぶきちゃんに会えるかな。それがね、今 MRI で脳の検査をしている最中なんですって。だから病室にいないの。そうなんだ。でももう少しで終わるみたいよ。ここで待っていてってふぶきちゃんのお母さんが。
Kade motioned to Mayuri, indicating that she should sit down at a nearby sofa.
検査が終わったら声をかけてくれるみたい。
I let the girls sit down on the sofa and stood next to them while I surveyed the lobby.
すごい病院ですよね。
中瀬さんの家って実はすごい金持ちだったりするのか？こんなところに入院なんて。
いえ、そうじゃなくってですね。ふぶきちゃんのお母さんの話だと、日本とアメリカの政府がお金を出して新しい治療のプロジェクトを始めるみたいなんです。この病院とアメリカの専門病院や研究所が中心になってやるんだそうですよ。
そうなのか。
I wasn't sure how I felt about that. If I was right about what this disease really was, it was hard to imagine a bigger waste of money.
お願いします。
No!
患者は全員個室にしてください。それも患者同士が接触しないよう、なるべく離れた部屋で。
We don't get away.
しかしね、そんな都合よく病床は空いていませんから。
それでもやってくれないとダメです。患者同士が会話をすることで夢の情報を共有してしまうでしょ
いや、それはそうですが。
脳というのはね、他人が見た夢なのにそれに共感を覚えてしまうと、あたかも自分が見た夢のように錯覚してしまう。そういう可能性だってあるのです。
Across the lobby, I saw an old Japanese doctor in a white coat and a big man in a suit who was frantically trying to talk to him. I'd seen the man in the suit before. Actually, it was a man I knew well.
教授、レスキネン教授。
I hurried over.
レスキネン教授、俺です。岡部です。
He must have been wearing his translator because he was communicating with the old doctor in Japanese. Dr. Leskinen's face quickly broke into a smile when he saw me.
Oh, Rintaro!
His voice was so loud that everybody in the lobby, doctors, nurses, staff, and even the patients turned to look at me. But Dr. Leskinen didn't seem to notice them as he ran over. It was like a giant American football player racing for a touchdown.
ちょっと待ってください、教授。ストップ、ストップ。
My cries went unheard as Dr. Leskinen tackled me and then pulled me up. Then he switched from football player to pro wrestler, and he swung me up and down. I felt like I was a little child. There was nothing I could do but resist as he flung me around. A moment later, he noticed the cold stares of the people around us and finally released me.
いやはや、すまない。あまりに驚いてはしゃぎすぎてしまった。
Dr. Leskinen bowed to the people around him in apology.
レスキネン先生、この青年とはどういったお知り合いかな？
Sorry, I need to rest my wrist for a minute. The doctor that Professor Leskinen had been talking to was staring at me suspiciously.
その
I wasn't sure exactly what to tell him. It wasn't like he was really my professor.
見たところまだ学生のようだが、どこの大学かね。教授と同じ脳科学専攻だとすると。
いえ、俺は
彼は9月からビクトゥコンドリア大学の学生ですよ。いずれ私の研究室に来てもらうつもりでいます。
え？
おほう。
Oh, nice! I can't
コン
wait.
ドリア大学かね。これは驚いた。
I looked over at Dr. Leskinen questioningly, but he just gave me a mischievous smile. This guy. Oops. Oh, I figured out how to get my phone. He really was such a kid.
日本人であそこへ行ける学生なんてめったにいない。大したものだ。
どうも。
After the doctor left, I sighed loudly enough for Professor Leskinen to hear me.
今の人は
この病院の院長だよ。
院長？そんな偉い人相手に堂々と嘘をついたんですか？
おや、私は嘘なんてついたかな？確かに9月から我が校の学生とは言ったが、何も今年の9月からとは言ってないよ。それとも何かい？君は結局我が校に来る自信がないのかな？だったら少し残念だが。
He really was like a little kid, completely shameless. But still, it was hard to hate him.
でも驚きました。まさか教授がまた日本に来ているなんて。
It had been 5 months since I'd seen him off at Narita. I looked around for Maho, but I didn't see her anywhere.
リンタールはどこか具合でも悪いのかい？治療でここに？
いえ、違います。入院してる友人の見舞いで。
ああ、そうか。それはよか。いや、その友人にとっては良くないか。申し訳ない。
いえ。それで、教授こそ日本の病院で何を？
Dr. Leskinen brought his face close to mine and whispered so the people around us couldn't hear him.
君も知っているだろう。例の新型脳炎の件だよ。アメリカ政府の依頼で精神生理学研究所が治療法を研究していたんだが、手詰まりらしくてね。私も調査に加わるよう大学から命じられたというわけさ。
そうなんですか。レスキネン教授が新型脳炎を。
Now, there was a word I didn't expect to hear. I explained that my friend was here because they thought she might have the disease.
もしかしてその友人というのは中瀬克美？
クリスマスパーティーで会ってましたね。
実は私が新型脳炎に興味を持ったのもあのパーティーがきっかけでね。君と克美が揃って倒れただろ？
He was right, actually. In my case, I'd been sent to the other world line.
克美には何日か前に再会したんだけどね。私にも何度か噛みついてきたよ。どうしてまた入院させられるんだ？私は元気なのにってね。
そうでしたか。
もう少し協力的になってくれると嬉しいとリンタロウからも伝えておいてくれないかい？実際のところキャツミだけでなく全ての患者に申し訳ないという気持ちはあるんだ。我々も日本の医師団も研究を進めてはいるんだけどね。どうにも解せない検査結果ばかりで困り果てているのさ。
Dr. Leskinen's usual chipper expression darkened. The man was such a ball of vitality that I hadn't noticed until then, but when his smile disappeared, I could see the wrinkles that had formed on his face from exhaustion. He must have been working hard, like he said.
正直、最初はどの医師もこれほど不可解な病気だとは思っていなかったらしいんだけどね。ん？どうしたんだ、リンタロウ？
その、
何か気になることでも？
いえ、俺は医学生じゃないのでさっぱりです。
I was just about to tell him about my reading Steiner, but in the end I couldn't. If my uninformed opinion was wrong, it could cost the encephalitis patients their lives. I couldn't just tell him when I didn't have any proof. And then his face drew close to mine again.
ところで、その克美がなかなか興味深いことを言っていたんだよ。自分たちは病気じゃない。別の世界の出来事を夢で見る能力があるだけだとかなんとか。
I told her not to say anything about it. Could she not help it? This was bad. They might start to doubt her sanity.
中瀬さんはそのとても想像力がたくましいというか、SF とかアニメとか大好きですから、他の平行世界を感知できる力なんて多分趣味の影響で口にしただけじゃないかと思います。実は俺もそういうことを言っていた時期があるんですよ。
I tried my best to come up with excuses, but Dr. Leskinen still seemed concerned.
だけどね、私も治療プロジェクトに参加して驚いたんだが、確かにこの病の特徴として多くの患者が夢を共有する不可思議な現象が起こっているんだ。集団幻覚に近いのかとも思って今調べているんだけどね。でもなんだろう、こんなことは初めてでね。脳科学的には今のところ解が導けない。正直非科学的という言葉が一番しっくりくるくらいだよ。それこそ平行世界とか前世の記憶とかね。
そうですか。
君も克美からいろいろと話を聞いてくれると助かるよ。医者に言えないことでも友人になら話すだろうしね。
はい、一応心がけておきます。
さて、リンタロウ、それはそれとして確認だ。
Dr. Leskinen was looking over my shoulder.
クリスマスパーティーの時にも感じたんだけれど、君のガールフレンドたちはキュートなお嬢さんばかりだね。
え
I turned around and saw that Mayuri, Kare, and Yuki all stood up from the sofa and were looking at me. When they saw Dr. Leskinen was looking at them, they waved.
やはりあの中に恋人がいたりするのかい？ユキ、カエデ、マユリ、ルカ、それともカツミがそうなのかな？
His words were so surprising, I couldn't think of anything to say. Maho would often call this middle-aged man a mischievous boy, and that was exactly the look he had on his face.
いや、別に無理に聞かせてくれとは言わないよ。君のプライベートを詮索する気はないからね。ただ、まあ、可愛い教え子にちょっとした土産話をと思っただけさ。
Dr. Leskinen turned to walk away before I could figure out what he meant.
それじゃリンタロウ、私はもうちょっと院長と話をしないといけないから、これで。できればユキたちにも一人一人ハグしていきたいところだったが、次回にとっておこう。彼女たちによろしく。
はい。
Mayuri and the others came over to me as I watched him go.
今の人レスキネン先生ですよね。 どこかで見たことあると思った。
アメリカに帰ったんじゃなかったでしたっけ？
おかり？
There was no way I could tell the girls that what Dr. Leskin and I were talking about. After Fubuki's exam was over, we went to her room and listened to her complain, and then the visit was over. Just like Dr. Leskinen said, she looked fine. She told us she was ready to leave the hospital and jog all the way home. Mayuri and the others were relieved, but I felt worried. Did I need to talk to Dr. Leskinen about reading Steiner after all? But how would I explain it? It might be a better idea to talk to Maho and have her explain it to him. I couldn't come to an answer right away. We said goodbye to Kade and Yuki at one of the stations on the way back. Before we got to Ikebukuro, I remembered to take out my phone and open the web browser. I went to @channel, eager to see how she responded to the bait I'd spread this afternoon. I put my hand over my mouth to stifle the noise. Mayuri had been standing next to me, and she was leaning over at my screen. I baited her all right. I didn't think it'd go this well. A timestamp from just 30 minutes ago. I decided to respond immediately using the name Salieri's neighbor. I posted and then reloaded the thread. There was already a response from her. The time lag between posts was just 21 seconds. It was kind of irritating to have her come after me so hard. It was as if she was insulting me as a person. Well, I was the one who deliberately written in mistakes, so I should have expected it. The thread's other users were probably confused. Everyone except her. What's a user? People that use a service, primarily used to refer to frequent commenters on anonymous internet message boards. Okay. People who use things. Mayuri had been watching our exchange and looked at me confused.
知り合いなの？その栗ご飯とカメハメハさんって。
まあな。多分古くから付き合いのあるやつだと思う。
Now, then, how would she reply to the nickname Salieri's neighbor in the post I just wrote? I was curious, but there wasn't an immediate response like before. The train reached Ikebukuro Station.
おかり、着いたよ。
The train slid into station and then stopped. I reloaded the thread one more time before the doors opened, and there was a very short response from Kurigohan. There could be no doubt now. This Kurigohan was Kurisu. It was a very hot day in 1998 when Suzuha said goodbye to Shina Kaguri. She'd gone to get food and water from a local store. When she'd come back and opened the hatch, Kaguri was inside screaming. She looked inside and saw that Kaguri was slamming her tiny hands down on the control console.
お前、何をしてるんだ?
Kaguri shrank back when she saw Suzuha.
違うの。これは、その。
答えろ。
Potato.
なんて目を覚ましたら ら鈴葉お姉ちゃんがいなくて、真っ暗で明かりもつかないし、狭くて怖くて苦しくて、だから係ドアを開けたくて、それであちこちいじってるうちにこんなことに。
Kaguri started to cry.
ごめんなさい、鈴葉お姉ちゃん。ごめんなさい。でも本当に怖かったんだ。だから。
そうか。
Suzuha relaxed her guard. Kaguri had PTSD from her time as a war orphan, and she hadn't fully recovered yet. Mayuri had once told her that she got very frightened in dark and cramped places. It would make sense if waking up in the dark caused a panic attack. And the time machine could only function with Suzuha's biometric authorization. Someone of Kaguri's size wouldn't be able to break the console either.
お前は時間移動のショックで気を失ってたんだよ。だから休ませておいたんだけど、悪かった。
Suzuha grabbed one of Kaguri's tiny hands to help her up, and then led her outside the machine.
暑い。
かがり、約束するんだ。どんなことがあっても操縦席のスイッチに触ったりするな。いいな。じゃあ私は仕事にかかるから、お前はその辺で休んでるんだ。飲み物と食べ物は適当に食べていい。
Suzuha handed Kaguri the provisions she brought, then went inside and poked her head into the cargo space under the control console. She connected the IBM 5100 she'd stored there to a portable terminal she brought from the future. By all appearances, it was an early 2000s cell phone, but inside it was a miniaturized quantum computer from the year 2036. Of course, future Daru made it himself. When she booted up the IBM 5100, rows of numbers started to appear on the screen.
何をするの？
Kaguri was looking in from the outside of the machine.
2000年問題は勉強したか？
施設の学校でちょっとだけ。結局何にも起こらなかったんでしょ？
表向きはね。公表されてないけど、実は当時あれのせいでいくつかの地域や国に深刻な問題が起きたんだ。
そうなの？
問題だったのはこの IBN5100 というコンピューターなんだよ。これには古いプログラム言語が搭載されてるんだけど、そのプログラムの問題点を技術者たちが修正できなかった。というより、そんな言語で書かれた重大なプログラムが存在すること自体全く知られてなかった。第三次世界大戦はタイムマシンの開発競争が発端なんだけど、もしかすると2000年問題で発生したある事象とそれに付随する対立こそがもっと深い原因である可能性がある。
She didn't expect a 10-year-old like Kaguri to understand this, but she didn't feel like taking the time to explain.
しかも西暦2000年というのは特殊な年でね、全ての世界線が一旦一つに収束してしまうらしいんだ。それに関連してこの問題があらゆる世界線の因果に重大な影響を引き起こすかもしれない。私たちが目指してる狭間の世界線、シュタインズゲートも例外じゃない。
She looked down at the terminal connected to the IBM 5100.
だからこれは2000年問題を起こさないようにするための修正プログラムなんだよ。
Right now, the terminal was converting the patch into a language used by the IBM 5100. The next step was to spread this program all around the world in the form of a virus. In the year 2000, problems that this area's engineers missed would completely disappear. The word connect appeared on the terminal subscreen.
OK、 つながった。
She'd been told that in Japan in this area, ADSL was still in the test phase, and most normal users connected to the internet by low-speed dial-up using ISDN. ISDN, short for Integrated Services Digital Network, a completely digital network that used digital exchanges, relays, and subscriber lines. It was a lot faster than the analog lines that were originally used by dial-up internet services, but its user base massively decreased after the introduction of ADSL, a much faster line. ADSL, short for Asymmetric Digital Subscriber Line, a type of internet connection that uses telephone lines for high-speed data transmission. In the early 2000s, ADSL quickly replaced ISDN as the de facto method of connecting to the internet. However, in the later part of the decade, fiber optic internet services, a much faster service utilizing fiber optic cables, became more popular, and the number of ADSL users has declined ever since. TLDR, short for Too Long Didn't Read, typically used to request a short summary of a lengthy post or thread. It can also refer to the summary itself. When did that happen? Did I miss that? But in major city areas like Akihabara, university labs and some big computer companies were still using fiber optic internet. Some of them were even using wireless LANs. Suzuha cracked her way into one of those. Dad had laughed when he said that with 2036 technology, cracking late 20th century network security was a joke, but he'd been right.
でも未来を変えちゃったらかがりたちがいた未来の世界も全然変わっちゃうんじゃないの?
Surprisingly, Kagari had gotten the gist of what Suzuha had told her.
そういうことだ。もうあの世界は存在させない。私たちはシュタインズゲートを目指すためにここへ来たんだから。
Suddenly, the uneasy look on Kagari's face had vanished. It was as if her soul had left its body. Suddenly her face was expressionless and her eyes were wide.
声。神様の声。聞こえる。
かがり?
Hey, what's up, God? What are you gonna say?
ダメだよ。よくないよ。ダメなんだよ、鈴葉お姉ちゃん。そんなことしちゃいけないんだ。
おい。
Kagari was acting strangely. Suspiciously, Suzuha reached her hand out towards her, but she slipped past Suzuha's hand, and quicker than any child should be able to move, she slammed her shoulder straight into Suzuha's body. Suzuha was caught completely off guard. That's how fast it was. Kagari's shoulder hit her in the solar plexus. Gwa. She bent over and collapsed into the seat. Kagari tore the terminal out of Suzuha's hands. The cables connecting it to the IBM 5100 were ripped out, and errors displayed on both screens.
お前、何を?
Kagari didn't answer the question. Instead, she grabbed the backpack that Suzuha had placed on the seat and spilled its contents onto the floor. There were MREs, spare parts, clothes, and a semi-automatic pistol. Suzuha couldn't believe it. Kagari was going to try and pick it up.
やめろ!
She forced herself to ignore the pain as she jumped on Kagari's body. But another unbelievably powerful body slam knocked her back. Something cold was pushed right up against her brow.
動いちゃダメ。
Kagari's tiny hands weren't shaking at all as they clutched the semi-automatic pistol. In the space of an instant, the safety on the gun had been flipped off. That's when Suzuha realized that this wasn't just a temper tantrum. Suzuha was the one who taught her how to use a gun. That's why she knew that Kagari was perfectly calm.
正気か? 今すぐ銃を下ろせ。こんな真似はやめろ。
やめるのはお姉ちゃんの方だよ。
何?
世界を変えちゃいけないんだ。お姉ちゃんはおかしいこと言ってる。
There was no hesitation in her eyes. Instead, Suzuha saw only resolve.
じゃあ、 このまま戦争が起きてもいいっていうのか。
そんなのわかんないよ。かがりは元の世界に戻りたいだけだもん。
ならもう無理だ。私たちはタイムマシンですでに過去に干渉してる。世界線だってずれてしまってるはずだ。あそこに戻れる可能性は低く。
うるさいうるさいうるさい。かがりはママを絶対に助けるんだ。この世界を消すなんてダメだよ。絶対にやらせないから。
Kagari turned the gun towards the IBN 5100.
やめろ。
Before Suzuka could stop her, she yanked down on the trigger. Again and again.
やめてくれ、かがり。やめろ。
And then Kagari jumped out of the time machine, and Suzuka never saw her again. On every night that passed, she remembered Kagari. Suzuka had spent some time looking for Kagari when she'd first come to this era, but in the end, she never found anything. But Shina Kagari, who was now 22 years old, was here in Akihabara. Suzuka was sure of it.
Oh, Mahotan, osu.
Itaru was sitting at the computer next to Suzuka and talking into his monitor. The monitor was displaying a video chat screen. On the screen was a young girl dressed in slovenly fashion. No, a proper, fully grown lady. It was 8:30 p.m. at the Future Gadget Lab in Akihabara. Meanwhile, Victor Condrey was an hour off from the usual due to daylight savings time, and it was 7:30 a.m. Whoa, what timing?
この時間だし寝起きっしょ。
Maho was a mess. Her hair was never combed right, but her eyes were bloodshot and her gaze was wandering. The spots under her eyes were too dark for the little bit of makeup she'd applied to cover them up. Her cheeks were sunken, which made her look even tinier than usual. On top of all that, her skin was terribly pale. She looked like something out of a zombie movie. Anemic Mahotan for the win. Normally, she would have gotten upset at Ataru's joke, but either she'd gotten used to it or simply given up because she said nothing.
そっちの進展はどう？
なんとかオカリンが分解しちゃう前の状態に組み立て直したを。機能はほぼ再現できてると思われ。
Ataru glanced toward the development room, past the curtain in the back of the lab. Right now, he was working with Maho to recreate what Okabe called the time leap machine.
うまくいかないの？
なんか安定しないっつうか、普通の電子レンジになっちゃうんだよね。
そう。何がいけないのかしらね。
オカリンにそこんところの話を聞ければ違ってくるんだけどな。
無理だよ。私たちがこんなことしているって知っただけで怒鳴り込んでくるよ。おじさんは恐れているんだ。世界線の収束する力というものを。あの人を説得するのは容易じゃない。
In fact, it had almost been a year since she'd first tried and failed. There was a moment of silence.
ってマホタン、もしかして寝てんじゃね
Maho's whole body jerked, and she almost fell out of her chair.
危なかったわ。出勤前なのに二度寝してしまうところだった。
つうか、頑張りすぎだお。無理して体壊したら意味なくね。
このくらい平気よ。というか、これだけやってもまだ天才にはかなわないんだから。
そんなことないと思うけどな。僕はさ、魔法炭だって十分天才だと。
気休めなら不要よ。岡部さんの言っていたタイムリープ、こんなにヒントはあるのに未だに解を見つけられないんだもの。記憶データなんて膨大なものをどうやって圧縮して過去へ送ることができたのか。クリスはそれをやってのけたっていうのに。
Mahu seemed upset. It was obvious even through the monitor.
ああ、ごめんなさい。愚痴をこぼしている場合じゃなかったわね。今日の報告、他に何かあるかしら。なければそろそろ出勤しようと思うのだけれど。
もう一つある。
Suzuha looked at Ataru.
前から調べてほしいって頼まれてた件について。
何か分かったの？
はっきりしたことはまだ。
そう。
あちこちのネットワークに強引に侵入したりとかギリギリまではやってみたんだ。
別に責めたりしないわ。今分かっていることを教えてちょうだい。
いや、むしろ激しく罵倒とかしてくれて OK なわけだが。
父さん、
早くして時間が来ちゃうから。
ほいほい。
Ataru opened a different window on his monitor. He displayed one of the text files in it. It was a record of the information Ataru and Suzuha had collected.
まず魔法炭たちがホテルの地下駐車場で襲われた事件。警察の発表だと、新興カルト教団の男が違法薬物を使った末にって話になってるけど、あれ間違いなく嘘だわ。
嘘？
犯人の身元は警察発表通り某大学の准教授。これはいいんだけどさ、そいつが宗教団体に所属してたっつう事実がこれっぽっちも出てこないんだよね。公安が隠し持ってる教団員のデータにもアクセスしてみたから確定。
捏造ってことなのね。
アットチャンネルとか見てるとさ、信者っぽい人が時々書き子するんだよね。教団は無実だとか陰謀だとか。そうすると一瞬でものすごい数の教団アンチが湧いてきてフルボッコなわけ。
Oh god, I gotta know. What's a hater? Flame, net slang, refers to the act of harshly insulting and or trolling someone online, sometimes as a group. Hater, people who post negative comments about someone or something on the internet. They appear in places where fans of those people or things gather and provoke them by posting derogatory things. It's not rare for them to cause emotional debate amongst fans.
しかもそのアンチども、もっともらしい偽の証拠とかガンガン出してくるんだよ。画像付きとかで。いくらなんでもあれはちょっと異常。
そうなの？私、そのアットチャンネルというのをあまりよく知らないから。
アットちゃん含めてさ、大抵の大手サイトには工作員が張り付いてるもんなんだよ。しかもビジネスとしてバイト代もらってね。朝から晩まで24時間ぶっ通しで。
情報操作、プロパガンダだね。
Propaganda. The propagation of a particular ideology, often used primarily for the spread of political or religious principles and ideas. The use of mass media to manipulate public opinion also falls under this definition. This method of propagating information first saw use in the Roman Empire, but ever since the 20th century, the advent of two world wars, the tactic has expanded and grown all the more sophisticated. There we go. In some cases, the propaganda being spread is not necessarily true. If the principles and ideas of the propaganda will still be conveyed properly, it is advantageous to the propagandist. False information can be nonchalantly mixed into the content, as well as slander against the enemy party.
政治家や官僚なんかもネット世論の誘導に利用してるし、それを専門にしてる会社もあるくらいだお。
なるほど。それならわかるわ。そのあたりは アメリカも日本も同じね。
でも工作員なんて僕からしたら IP 変えてもバラバラなんで。
Well.
それでチェックしてみたら、あの事件すごい人数の工作員が投入されてるっぽい。どこからそんなに金が出てるんだよってレベル。
そう。
父さんのバイト先が襲われた方の事件は？
そっちも同じ。
The police had called it a fight between foreign mafias trying to expand their territory in Japan. The media never questioned the story at all, and even people on the boards of the famously skeptical channel believed everything they were told. Of course, there was no mention whatsoever of Russia or CERN.
でさ、試しに目撃者を装ってロシアの特殊部隊を見たってすれ立ててみたんだよね。そしたらまあすごいのなんの、炎上しすぎてびっくりしたお。あん時は思わず工作員の本名から会社名まで全部晒してやろうかと思ったっつうの。
Damn. Evidently, he had been really irritated. It was rare for Ataru to get so angry. Or maybe it wasn't, she decided.
つまり、どこかから圧力がかかっていて、幕引きにされたってことね。さすがは、自由の国日本だけのことはあるわ。
アメリカも似たようなもんじゃんね。
違いないわね。
The two of them smiled at the joke.
つうわけで、僕としてはお手上げ。
そう。それで十分よ。調べてくれてありがとう。
ヒア嬢さん、研究所から来日の許可は下りそうなの？
それが、レスキネン教授の助手として連れて行ってもらえるよう何回も申請しているのだけれど、却下の連続なのよ。
レスキネン教授は今こっちに来てるんだっけ？
ええ、新型脳炎の調査でね。
Since it had nothing to do with artificial intelligence, it seemed Maho wouldn't be allowed to go along.
いいわ。どうしてもダメと言うなら、こっちにも考えがあるもの。
どうする気？
まさか上官の命令無視してでも正義を貫くとか？そして悪に捕まってしまうんですね。わかります。ねえねえ真帆たん、殺せって言ってみて。できればすごく悔しそうな顔で。
は？
父さん。
Suzua's hand went from for her back pocket.
させん。
Ataru's shoulders slumped as he apologized. Lately, she'd been able to put a stop to Ataru's terrible jokes just by doing that. She wasn't sure if it was a good thing or a bad thing that she knew exactly how to handle him.
まあ、とにかく近々そっちへ行くわ。
わかった。日程が決まったら連絡を。それとヒア嬢さん、出勤するならもう一度鏡を見てからにした方がいい。
Just before they ended the call, Suzua decided to warn her.
ん？
Maho stood up and walked to the closet without turning off the camera. She vanished from view, but a moment later. She must have seen how terrible she looked because she let out a very unfeminine scream. They relaxed for a moment after turning off the video chat. Suzua thought back to the time before she'd become a time traveler. She did this every time she got off the video chat with Maho.
タイムマシン開発の協力者、ヒア嬢真帆か。
It was after Maho had gone back to America that she volunteered to help Suzua and Ataru with the time machine. That meant that when Hashida Ataru completed the time machine 25 years from now, Hiajo Maho must have contributed in some way. But
あんまり未来のことを言うのはまずいんだけど、父さんの仲間にそんな名前の人いなかったんだよね。
え、そうなん？
ということはさ、どこかのタイミングで開発メンバーから抜けるってことなんじゃないかな。自分の意思なのか、それ以外の外的要因なのかはわからないけど、少なくとも開発の主要メンバーじゃなかったと思う。
そうなのか。かなり頼もしい人だけどな。
こんなことを言いたくはないけど、どこかのスパイという可能性もある。
いくらなんでもマホタンに限ってそれはないよ。
ごめん。でもそういう可能性もあるっていうことだけは頭に入れておいて。言ったでしょ、第3次世界大戦前の情報戦はもう始まってるんだ。どっちにしろマシンの秘密が無駄に漏れるのは困るよ。それだけは徹底するようちゃんと注意しておいてよね。で、この先のタイムマシン開発はどう進めていくつもり？
やっぱオカリンの協力がないとな。
結局そこなんだよね。オカリンおじさん、やっぱり無理なのかな。こうなったら力ずくで。
前にそれしようとして失敗したのはどこの誰だっけ？
Suzuha pursed her lips. Even with a gun in his face, Okabe Rintaro still wouldn't get in the time machine. To be honest, Suzuha was out of options. She stifled a sigh. It didn't do any good to let herself get down.
そういえば、母さんとはうまくやれてる？
な？
私、そっちの方も心配なんだ。大丈夫？私が生まれてこなくなるような事態にならないよね。
なんつうの？タイムマシンよりもなんだい？
ちょっと。
Suzuha stormed over to Ataru.
困るよ、父さ
ん。パパ、頑張るからね。
いっつも口ばっかり。結局、例の映画のチケットも無駄にしちゃったんでしょ？
She meant the pair of movie tickets that Mayuri and Ferris had conspired to give them at the Christmas party.
あれはさ、オカリンと吹雪氏が倒れちゃったじゃん。その後、お見舞いとかでバタバタしてるうちに映画が終わっちゃってたわけで、しょうがないっつうか。
でもその後、新しいチケットを用意しようとしたら断ったって聞いたけど。
誰に？
まゆ姉さんとルミ姉さんに決まってるじゃないか。
そりゃあれだよ。マユシとフェイリスターに頼りきりなんて男らしくないっしょ。キリ。
で、自分で何か行動に移したわけ？ダメだこれ。
Maybe this was maybe this was a more important problem than the time machine. Suzuha brought her hands up to her head.
いい父さん。私、いつまでもこうやってお説教できないんだからね。もうすぐ行っちゃうんだよ。
Suddenly, there was a sad look in Ataru's eyes.
そういう顔しない。約束したはずだよ。もう迷うのはやめにしようって。
For the past 6 months, Suzuha had been thinking about whether it was really right to erase this world. But in the end, it was none other than Ataru who pushed her to go ahead.
ごめん。
She couldn't bear to see her father so depressed, so she patted his broad back.
しょぼくれてないで、母さんにメールして。予定の空いてる日がないか聞いて。で、空いてたら映画に誘う。
いきなりハードル高すぎ。
高すぎでも何でもいいから誘いなさい。いい？これは命令だからね。
命令って。
返事は？
さあ、イエスさ。
Satisfied, she headed off to take a shower. Oh no!
でもその前にちょっとだけコンビニに行ってくる。
Oh god, it's time!
何しに？
いや実は夕食がまだっつうか、今夜も徹夜になりそうだし、遅くならないうちに買い出しようと。
Still hunched over, he pointed toward the development room. He was pointing to the phone wave, named subject to change Unit 02. That was put together, but still undergoing testing.
睨まないで。なるべく太らないようなものを食べますんで、何卒お許しを。
バニラ。
はい。
私、シャワー出たらアイス食べたい。バニラ。
うん、わかった。庶民がなかなか口にできない高級なやつをいっぱい買ってきてあげる。
いっぱいはいらないよ。一つでいい。
そう、イエス。
That was enough to cheer Daru up. He took his wallet and ran out of the lab.
やれやれ。世話がかかるんだから。
She had just about taken off her jacket so she could take that shower. But
鈴葉。
Itaru had come back into the lab.
どうかした？
階段のところにさ、こんなの落ちてたんだよね。
Itaru showed her a keychain he was holding. It was a round anime character whose color had faded to a smoky green. It was an Upa.
誰のかわかる？
まゆ姉さんじゃないの？
She leaned forward to take a closer look, and then felt like she was experiencing deja vu.
このウーパー、どこかで。
She'd seen it before. She couldn't really remember when, but her internal alarms were going off. This keychain was extremely important. Upas were common enough that you would find them anywhere. The plastic edges had worn down, the paint was faded and coming off in places. But there was no dust and there were no stains. Instead, it shone brightly, as if its owner had put a lot of effort into taking good care of it. The chain was so old that part of it had snapped off. That was probably how it got dropped.
どこだっただろう。どこかで見た。
まゆしに見せてもらったとか？
そうなのかな。
She stared at the green Upa in Itaru's hands. And then, in her mind, she heard a young girl scream.
ママがずっと大切にしてきたウーパのキーホルダーだよ。かがりちゃんにあげる。大事にしてね。
She gasped. A feeling of indescribable terror raced down her spine.
まさかこれかがりのか。
That was when she'd last seen it. August 13th, 2036. The day she'd gone in the time machine. And that's when she'd seen the Upa. It was older and more worn now. But the more she remembered that day, the more certain she became. This was the Upa that Mayuri had given to Kaguri. She'd seen Kaguri holding it and crying to herself many times before.
かがりってもしかして未来のまゆしの娘？
うん。
見つかったん？
いや、でも向こうはこっちを認識しているんだ。
つまりどういうことだってばよ。
あいつこのラボを監視してるんだよ。
6 months ago, Suzu had spotted someone in a riding suit spying on the time machine at Radicon. Even though the figure managed to elude her back then, Suzu was certain that it had to be Kagure. Ever since then, her careful efforts to defend the time machine had paid off, and she hadn't seen any signs of Kagure. But she never thought she'd be spying on the lab as well.
いや、ちょっと考えれば当たり前のことだったんだ。あいつは私たちがシュタインズゲートに到達するのを阻止しようとしてる。この世界をなかったことにしたくないと思ってる。ということは、私だけじゃなく父さんもマークされてる。
え、僕？
まあ父さんの命に危険はないとは思うんだ。世界線の摂理を信じるなら、父さんは少なくとも2036年までは生きるはずだし、ただシュタインズゲート到達を阻止するために父さんの研究の邪魔はしてくるかもしれない。
A lot of bad things could happen, or had been happening around Suzuha Itaru no Kabe Rintaro. There was some possibility that the final target was Itaru.
これからは用心のために、私がいない時には必ずドアに鍵をかけておいて。
わかったよ。
オカリンおじさんや母さんやマユ姉さんたちが一緒にいても絶対に開けっぱなしはダメだよ。気休めかもしれないけど、ドアチェーンもかけた方がいい。
でもさ、オカリンやマユシならともかく、アマネシと二人きりの時にそんなことしたら、なんか別の意味で怪しくね？アマネシに変な誤解されないかな？
あ、それは確かに。
もしそれで嫌われでもしたら、我が家のピンチだお。
Suzu had groaned softly, unsure of what to do.
父さんがもっと早く母さんと恋人になってれば何の問題もないのに。
って結局そこへ話が戻るとか？
とにかく注意だけはしておいてよね。
Suzu had decided to keep the green Upa keychain. She softly ran her fingertips over it as she stared at it.
なあ鈴葉、かがりたんって血はつながってないけどマユシの娘なんだよね。
そうだよ。
あのマユシに育ててもらった子が人を襲うような恐ろしい人間になるのかな？なんか鈴葉の話とイメージが重ならないっつうか、もっと優しくてホワホワしてて可愛い女の子になってるんじゃないかなとか思ったり。
だとよかったんだけど。私も前はそうなると信じてたけど、今のかがりは多分。
From what she'd seen at Radicon, she could tell Kagari had definitely received professional combat training. It wasn't just the simple self-defense techniques that she learned from Suzuha when she was a child. As she'd grown up, she'd been taught the cold techniques of a killer. There was no way to know where she'd been, or what she'd been doing ever since she'd gone missing in 1998. But there was no doubt in Suzuha's mind that she was trying to ruin her plans. Oh fuck, oh man. Shit. I need a quick break. I'll be back in just a second. Phew, I'm back. Crisis averted. Hi friends, I hope you enjoyed these water sounds while I was away. I just saw the clock and saw how late it was getting, and there's no fucking way that we're going to get through the ending of this game. So we might do just a couple more scenes and then save it for tomorrow. Suzuha sighed as she took her shower. Since it was summer, she set the water temperature low. It was barely any hotter than tap water. As long as the water was pouring down on her, she could feel all the bad memories being washed away. She slapped her cheeks with both hands and turned off the water. The small tiled room suddenly became quiet. In the silence, she vigorously toweled off her hair. This building was never intended for anyone to live in. Not only was there very little room, there wasn't even a place to change. It was small and there were no windows, and the steam from the shower room built up, making it an unpleasant sauna in the summer. Supposedly, Ataru and Okabe would sit naked next to fans to get away from the heat and moisture. Of course, that was only when the girls, as well as Urashibara Luka, wasn't around. But Suzuha couldn't do that. There were those huge scars on her chest. If she was careless and Yuki saw them, she'd have a big problem. So she always forced herself to change within the small space. The second she left the shower room, she realized something was wrong. The lights were off in this part of in the part behind the curtain where the lab room was. She was sure that she left the lab lights on when she'd gone to take a shower. She didn't remember turning them off. Still completely naked, she flung open the curtain. She dropped to the floor, ready to move. She could tell by the light from the shower room that there was no one else there. She didn't hear any breathing, and she didn't feel any other presence.
父さんが一度戻ってきたのか。
And then, when he left, he turned the lights off. No, that couldn't be right. She looked around the room and saw that things had been moved in a way that an amateur wouldn't be able to notice. Ataru's computer desk, the sofa area, the bookshelves, even the mini kitchen someone had gone through them all. From the look of it, the same was probably true of the development room. Suzuha glanced over all the areas where she kept her guns. The closest was the sofa that she'd used as a bed. She wanted to have one easily available if she was attacked while she slept, so she had cut out the back of one of the sofa cushions and hidden a suppressed semi-automatic pistol in it. It was just a .32 caliber for self-defense, so it wouldn't do much damage unless you had good aim, but it was small and relatively quiet, which made it the best choice for a place like this. Suzuha tensed all of her muscles, coiling like a spring, and slowly moved toward the sofa without making a sound. As she did, she tried to notice any changes in the surrounding area. There was a small sound in the development room. It was a tiny, tiny creak to which you usually pay no mind, but that was more than enough for Suzuha. In an instant, she moved from quiet to action. She cleared the distance to the sofa in a single movement and quickly drew her gun. She held it ready and slipped into the shadow of the refrigerator. From this position, she could barely see into the development room. The room became silent again. But this time, the intruder in the other room didn't try to hide their presence.
おかしな真似をしたら撃つ。手を頭の上に。そのままゆっくり出てこい。
Suzuha threatened the intruder in a low voice, but the intruders seemed completely unconcerned as they exposed themselves to Suzuha's gaze.
この暑いのによくそんな格好をしていられるな。ヘルメットだけでも取ったらどうだ？
The intruder was wearing a motorcycle suit just like before. Even the helmet was the same. The leather suit clung tight to their skin, revealing a voluptuous, imperfectly proportioned body. It was clearly a woman.
あんたが探してるものだけどね。そこにはないよ。私の服のポケットだ。
Suzuha pointed toward the entrance of the shower room. The shirt she'd just taken off was lying there on the floor. The girl in the motorcycle suit turned her head, but because the face mask was down, Suzuha couldn't read her expression.
なあ、落としたらダメじゃないか。ママからもらった大切なものだろ。かがり。
The second she spoke, Shina Kaguri was the first to move. She drew a deglossed military knife that she must have been hiding behind her back, and closed the gap between herself and Suzuha in an instant. Suzuha pointed the gun at her legs and pulled the trigger, carefully aiming away from her vitals. She heard the small pop of a suppressed 32 and saw Kaguri lose her balance and fall. Or, she thought she did, but it was a feint. She only pretended to lose her balance. In fact, she changed directions and was heading for the shower room. It seemed her first goal was to get what she'd come for.
これは。
After firing only one shot, Suzuha realized even a 32 should have more recoil than this. She fired again, but Kaguri didn't flinch even for a moment.
ブランクカートリッジ。どうして？
At some point, all the bullets in Suzuha's gun had been swapped with blanks. That instant's panic was all it took. Kaguri reached out for the shirt on the floor in front of the shower room. Suzuha gave up on firing and flung the gun at Kaguri. There was a dull thud as the hard barrel slammed into her neck. Caught off balance, she staggered before she could grab the shirt. She could hear Kaguri's voice for the first time from within the helmet. Suzuha jumped. She kicked the off-balance Kaguri as hard as she could with her toned, muscled legs. There was no time to hold back. Kaguri went flying all the way to the edge of the room. They had to have broken a few ribs. Suzuha jumped toward her to continue her attack. But with terrifying speed, Kaguri leapt off the ground and charged at Suzuha. There wasn't enough time to come to a full stop. A sharp blade swept by, mere centimeters from her exposed abdomen. If she had pulled back even a few tenths of a second later, the knife would have fatally sliced open her gut.
Oh my!
The blood rushed to Suzuha's head. Kaguri was serious. She was planning to kill her. There was no hesitation in her movements. Suzuha leapt back and searched for something she could use as a weapon. But the other guns were probably no different. There was a good chance they all had their ammo swapped with blanks too. It was even possible that all her self-defense knives had been taken too. Which left? There were several knives carefully stored in the kitchen. Yuki had brought them over to use in teaching the other girls how to cook. But Kaguri had evidently noticed them as well, and she was moving to keep Suzuha from reaching them.
へえ、ずいぶん離れしてるじゃないか。とてもマシンの中でベソベソ泣いてた子供とは思えないな。驚いたよ。
Suzuha kept her distance from Kaguri as she slowly moved along the wall. Her competitive drive burned even brighter as she tried to come up with a way to overcome her disadvantage.
ほら、かがり、これだろ。
She picked up the shirt from in front of the shower room and took the green keychain out of its pockets.
どうした？取りに来なよ。
Her fingers moved as if to crush it. She could see Kaguri twitch. For the first time, she could detect a hint of emotion behind the helmet. And in an instant, she threw it at Kaguri's stomach. The keychain flew in a slow arc, like she was tossing it to a friend. If something they loved was thrown like that, even the fiercest warrior would instinctively reach out with both hands to grab it. Kaguri was no exception. She carefully held her mother's memento in both her empty left hand and the right hand that still clutched the knife. Using the slow arc of the keychain as camouflage, Suzuha ran at her in a straight line. Her right fist connected hard with Kaguri's stomach, and then her left arm smashed Kaguri's head to the side. Oh no! Kaguri's body fell to the ground, her right shoulder taking the brunt of the fall. Suzuha could hear the sound of her joint dislocating. The knife slipped from her grasp. Suzuha got behind her and mounted her, twisting her right arm mercilessly. At the same time, she slipped her own left arm behind Kaguri's neck and squeezed hard. Oh man, I'm squeezing pretty hard too. She could hear something like a moan from Kaguri's throat. She could both hear and feel the bones in her arm and neck creaking. But Kaguri picked up the knife on the floor with her left hand and once again tried to use it on Suzuha. Suzuha was forced to squeeze her arm and neck even harder. But Kaguri didn't stop. If anything, she tried even harder to pull Suzuha away. Even in all the battles she'd been in, this much pressure on two different spots was enough to get even the toughest soldier to submit or fall unconscious. Terrified, Suzuha squeezed even harder. At this rate, she wouldn't simply knock her out. She really would kill Kaguri. But if she stopped, Kaguri would kill her. What should she do? And then she heard a sad, weak voice from inside the helmet. It startled her, and she relaxed both her arms. But that was just what Kaguri had hoped for. The knife came very close to cutting Suzuha's left arm. When she let go to dodge it, Kaguri shook her off and kicked at her hips with both legs. Suzuha was slammed back hard into the computer desk, and for a moment she couldn't breathe. She fell to the floor, and the printer and monitor crashed mercilessly into her naked body. She forced herself to stand up, gasping hard as she did so. Kaguri's breathing was heavy too. Her right arm was pointed at an impossible direction and hanging limp. She wouldn't be able to use it for a while, probably. But her left arm was still holding the knife. Suzuha glared at Kaguri's face, not that she could see what it looked like behind the helmet. The two of them fell silent as they tried to catch their breath. The tension in the air was so thick that it was difficult to move a muscle. Sweat rolled down her forehead and into her eyes, but she didn't blink as she waited for Kaguri to make her next move. It was the sound of the front door opening that broke their stalemate.
Oi, Suzuha! 今すごい音しなかった?
Suzuha felt a chill run down her spine as she heard Itaru's voice.
あれなんで真っ暗なん？
ダメだ父さん、来ちゃダメ。
She yelled at the exact same instant he turned on the lights. The sudden brightness was enough to make Suzuha flinch for an instant. Kaguri was wearing a full-face helmet, and that made all the difference. She leapt toward Itaru just a moment before Suzuha. Kaguri's black knife went up to his throat. Kaguri spun around behind him, using Itaru's huge body as a shield. Suzuha staggered toward him, gritting her teeth.
その手を離せ、かがり。父さんに傷一つでも負わせてみろ。たとえお前でも本当に殺す。
But Kaguri remained silent as she headed outside the door with her hostage. And then in the next moment, she shoved him forward. Itaru lost his balance and fell toward Suzuha. Suzuha fell to the ground underneath his weight. Itaru just barely managed to support himself with his arms and legs to keep him from crushing her. Suzuha tried to shove him off, using a little more force than she may have intended, but Itaru was so huge that it would take him a moment to get up. She was getting away. Well, she somehow managed to crawl out from under him and quickly tried to follow after Kaguri. Itaru was still lying on the ground as he tossed the naked Suzuha her shirt. She grabbed it and quickly put it on, then ran outside. But when she looked around the street, the girl in the motorcycle leathers wasn't there. There was no way to know where she'd gone. Oops. It would be dangerous to run around trying to find her now. There was a chance that Taro would be attacked while she wasn't at the lab.
今のってまさかかがりたん?
Taro came outside as well.
多分間違いない。
そっか。
結局あの子とはこうなっちゃうんだな。
The bruises and wounds were bad enough, but the pain that ached in her heart was the worst of all.
私さ、あの子のこと本当に好きだったんだ。
うん。
小さくても勇敢で、まゆ姉さんを守るためにいつも頑張ってて、私もそんなあの子にいろいろなことを教えた。きっと妹みたいに思ってた。
うん。
けどあいつはもう完全に敵だ。
Ataru straightened up her shirt sleeves.
今の鈴葉、なんかエロゲーの地上キャラっぽい格好になってるよ。
え？お？
Suzu was caught completely off guard. True, her t-shirt only came up to just below her hips, roughly the length of a miniskirt. Her breasts were almost completely bared. The shirt's hem was turned up, and she felt exposed.
まあ僕は地上物も結構いける口なんで、乱れた裸 T シャツというのもありといえばありですが、むふー。
またそうやってふざける。大怪我してたかもしれないのに。
But Ataru shook his head.
僕さ、さっきはナイフ見て騒いじゃったけど、でも怖がる必要なかったんじゃないかなって。あれがもし僕の聞き間違いじゃなかったら。
Ataru rubbed the part of his neck where the knife blade was.
ナイフを突きつけられてた時、ほんの少しだけど聞こえたんだよ。
何が？
彼女、多分泣いてた。
え？
Crying? Under the helmet? After the whole battle with Suzuha? While holding a knife to Ataru's neck? But why?
だからさ、決めつけるのはまだ早いんじゃね？
父さん。
の？
アイス買ってきてくれた？バニラ。
ああ、もちろん。
食べたいな。私ちょっと疲れちゃった。
And then she almost fell forward.
で、
Ataru managed to catch her before she hit the ground.
おい、鈴葉。
ごめん、平気。でも少しだけ休ませて。
That was all she had the energy to say. She closed her eyes in her dad's arm, and her unconsciousness melted away. Or sorry, her consciousness melted away. Oh, man. Hey, gamers. I am very sorry to say, but this is it. I think I'm going to save here, and I will pick up on this tomorrow and finish it because I have this feeling that it's going to take fucking forever to get through the rest of it. I can't see it wrapping up in less than 2 hours even. So that'll be it for tonight. Sorry that it was mostly recap of the other storyline almost entirely. I thought there might be some little differences. There were a couple of extra scenes that you don't get to see in the other branch, but I guess we'll see the rest of it tomorrow. So thanks for being here, friends. I'll see you then. Bye. I gotta actually make sure to save. And then tomorrow will probably be the last Steins Gate stream. Forever. There will never be another one. So if you want to see the end of Steins Gate 0, you better watch it tomorrow. Because I'm never going to play Steins Gate again until I die. So, look forward to that.